want to say suburban Atlanta. Yes, Atlanta, Georgia, and Westlake High School, as Huseman misses outside for ball one. Second pitch of the at-bat on the way, swung on and taken the other way into left field. That's going to end up short hopping the rolled-up tarp on the left field side, and Gabe Kermode, who led the NAIA in foul balls retrieved last year. At least we can't prove that anybody retrieved more of him than he did. I think he got north of 700 over the course of the season. Anyway, 1-1 to Reeves, who fouls the third pitch back into the screen. I'm serious. He kept track of it for the entire season. First time we've ever seen that. But he picked up one of the baseball awards at the Leafies because they said that, well, somebody's got to do that, so it's a good thing that Kermode took ownership of it. And we also got stories of him being quicker to retrieve the other team's foul balls on the road than the opponents were. Reeves swings and misses at strike three. He's tagged out by Calbaugh, and it's the first out of the inning. Cody McGuire, the first baseman, steps to the plate. A product of the region from Northwestern Indiana and Portage High School, as Huseman misses low and inside, ball one. McGuire, 4-year player for the Maple Leafs, bats .190 on the season, swings and fouls that one off in a dribbler toward the Taylor dugout, and the count's a ball and a strike. McGuire on the year is 8 for 42 with 2 runs batted in, 8 total bases, 7 walks, a hit by pitch, and 11 strikeouts. Has yet to sacrifice or steal a base. While we finish off that line, takes the 1-1 pitch low for ball number 2. After McGuire, it'll be Gage Andrews to bat, then the lineup flips over, and Colby Molson would follow him if somebody reaches base, but there's 1 out in the inning, and McGuire has decided to reach base. Single lands just to the right from the fielder's perspective, the second base bag, and the ball squirts out into center field. And McGuire is on with Goshen's third hit of the afternoon. The catcher, Gage Andrews, will stand in, wearing just 1 batting glove, which doesn't strike me as something that's going to produce the greatest feelings in your hands in the world on a 34-degree day, as he takes a strike on the outside corner. Andrews is 0 for 6 at the plate, making his 4th start of the season, as Goshen's gotten significant playing time out of 3 catchers thus far. Anthony Tadero, Reese Whalen, and Andrews have split the appearances, I should say, in Goshen's first game and a half here on Sarge Yoder Field. Whalen got the start at Grand Park on Wednesday against Lincoln College, and Andrews takes strike 3 over the inside, and he is retired for the second out of the inning.
Now batting,
I'm going to bring Colby Molson to the plate.
Colby Molson.
He singled to center to lead off the bottom of the first. He came around to score, and he's now, 1 for 1 today. First pitch he sees from Huseman the second time up, misses low and away for ball 1. Goshen with 3 hits to Taylor's 2 thus far, as Huseman comes set, and the 1-0 is swung on, fouled off to the right side, out of play, 1-1. Infield's back all the way around. We've seen Molson drop bunts down the third base line in that situation, but with 2 outs, that's probably not going to happen here as he takes low and away ball 2, pitch number 3. Infield certainly respecting his power, especially in the opposite side, the opposite field, as he fouls off the 1-2 pitch, and we're going to run to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Which I suppose is fitting with 2 outs and batter number 2 in inning number 2. That's scoreboard Yahtzee of sorts. As McGuire starts, then stops, then starts again, and Molson's going to make him go back to first as he stays alive and fouls off the pitch to the right side. The Barry Gibb foul ball, as it were. We'll get another 2-2 in a moment as Huseman has the sign. He comes set, and the right-hander will deliver momentarily. No, he's going to step off the rubber, and I look like a moron for predicting that. does have to deliver eventually, or we'll be standing here all day, though. The 2-2 is in the dirt, bounces over the head of Calbar, and McGuire is going to take second on a wild pitch. So the runner is in scoring position, and he'll be moving on the crack of the bat with 2 outs here in the second inning. I say the crack of the bat, even though it's a composite material and it's more of a pinging sound. Anyway, the 3-2 grounded over to third. Bass has it on 2 hops. He comes up and throws across the diamond as Molson is retired. So Goshen gets a 1-out single and strands the runner on board. We head to the third. It's Maple Leafs 2, Trojans nothing. You're listening to Crossroads League Baseball on Go Leafs Live. The Trojans will lead things off with their number 9 hitter, Brett Lawson, here in the top half of the third inning. It's Goshen 2, Taylor nothing in the second game of this Crossroads League series. Lawson, the second baseman, so traditionally more of a defensive position, is 8 for 29 with 3 runs scored this season. He's got a home run. Seems like everybody's got a home run. And I just completely lost what I was going to say. He struck out 6 times, walked on 3 occasions, and has been hit by a pitch 4 times and takes strike 1. Evans out of the windup with his 31st pitch of the afternoon, comes home, swung on and missed strike 2. After Lawson, it'll be Rushi and Dutkowski to round out the Taylor top half of the third, or Goshen Hopes rounds out the top half of the third. 0-2 pitch swung on and fouled off to the right side. Then these teams will be back at it about half an hour after we are done with Game 2 of the doubleheader, Game 3 of the series. Colton Daniel getting the start for the Maple Leafs in the nightcap. The 0-2 on the way is swung on and popped out of Andrews' glove. I thought maybe it was fouled off, but they appealed to the first base umpire, who said that he did not swing at the pitch, so it's ball 1. And 1-2 is the count. Evans from the windup comes home and misses high, ball 2. Looked good, but of course you think it looks good when there's 2 strikes, and part of the time the objective is to get it close enough that the batter wants to swing, but far enough away that he's not going to hit it very well. And I'm not sure if Evans was trying to waste that pitch, but he threw a good waste pitch in the process. He goes back to the knees, and Lawson swings over the top of it for strike 3. The lineup rolls over, and Nick Rushi comes to the plate after a leadoff double in the first. Now with 1 out in the third in a 2-0 hole. Rushi, a left-handed batter out of Greenfield, Indiana, and New Palestine High School, takes a strike because he squares the bunt on the outside corner. Garcia comes in a couple of steps at third, respecting the possibility of that bunt, and Ruschi swings and grounds it over to McGuire at first, who takes it to the bag himself about 4 steps away. And there are 2 outs for Matt Gutkowski, the designated hitter. Gutkowski brings a fairly substantial local contingent to the ballpark today. The freshman, 6'1", a $185 out of Napanee, Indiana, and Northwood High School. Goshen, in fact, drove through Napanee on their way down to Grand Park on Wednesday when they took on Lincoln College. Now they pitch to the Northwood grad, who grounds one to McGuire, and McGuire takes it to the bag himself. Taylor goes down 1-2-3 in the third, and Goshen will bring up 2, 3, and 4 in the bottom of the inning. The Maple Leafs lead it 2-0 on Go Leafs Live. Ben Longacre comes to the plate for Goshen College to start the bottom half of inning number 3. It'll be Longacre, Wilson, and Smith, with Lang if the inning stays alive, which it has, I think, every inning thus far. I say every inning like there's been more than 2 of them. And Longacre takes ball 1 low and away. He flied out to right his first time up. The senior came into the game batting .356, and that looked good, but it's ball 2 on the outside corner. That's why I'm up here and Ben is down there. The 2-0 pitch is swung on and lined into left field. It'll hit just past the grass line or the dirt line, depending on which way you're going. It ends up in the outfield. And Longacre's on with his first hit of the day. Goshen's 4th hit of the afternoon. And it just dawns on me that the walk-up music's not playing, but that's not my problem. Mitchell Wilson is the left fielder for Goshen College. He steps in, and he is 0 for 1, having reached base on an error earlier in the afternoon. The first pitch to Wilson misses outside, ball 1. Huseman from the stretch comes home, and this one's nubbed up the third base line. Bass is going to come in, bare-hands it on the grass, and has to eat the baseball. Not literally, that would be a health code violation. But Wilson is safe on the infield single. It's Goshen's 5th hit of the afternoon, and they've got runners on first and second as Peyton Smith comes to the plate.
Maple Leafs number 45, Peyton Smith.
The first pitch to Smith misses outside for ball 1. As he's usually come up to the strains of the chicken dance, as we talked about earlier. But 1-0 the count here, as Huseman's going to step off and check the lead man Longacre on second. 2-0 Maple Leafs, bottom half of inning number 3. A swing and a miss on a ball in the dirt. Runs it to 1-1. Lang and Garcia will follow Smith. Lang had the 2-run base hit in the first inning that has accounted for all of the scoring thus far. Now the countered ball and a strike, as this one's grounded to the right side of the infield. Lawson comes in to field it and has no play but to go to first and retire Smith. So it goes as a ground out, but it's functionally a sacrifice Longacre to third, Wilson to second, and it's
Now
going to bring
hitting
Nate
for Maple
Lang, the
Leafs number
shortstop,
22,
to the
Nate
plate.
Lang.
Lang, a 182 hitter. He was 8 for 44 coming into the ball game, but he's 1 for 1, which puts him right on the Mendoza line at 9 for 45. Infield comes in all the way around with runners on second and third and one away, and Lang takes a strike at the letters. Outfield is fairly deep except for the opposite field and right, so there's plenty of space if he gets one over the infield, but a swing and a miss runs the count to no balls and 2 strikes. Bobby Garcia, the third baseman, will follow Lang unless he hits into a double play somehow. The 0-2 pitch is swung on and fouled off behind the plate. Will stay 0-2. Big lead from Wilson behind the trailing second baseman, no, the trailing shortstop, I should say. Swing and a miss on a ball in the dirt, and with first base open, Lang can break for that base, but he's thrown out by a significant margin for the second
Now
out of the
hitting
inning.
for Maple Leafs number 21, Bobby Garcia.
Runners hold at second and third, and Bobby Garcia comes up looking for his first hit of the afternoon. Garcia batting 167 on the year. He's 3 for 18. But could double the lead with a base hit here. Outfield, or the infield rather, backs up to normal depth, which is going to cut down on Wilson's lead as the trail runner at second. A swing and a miss from Garcia goes to no ball and a strike. Outfield still deep, so there's room in between the 2 levels of defense. If Garcia gets one over the infielder's head, he doesn't. He puts it on the ground, and a nice stretch at first base from Fields retires Garcia on the ground out to his opposite number. The Maple Leafs do not score in the third, and we head to the fourth. 2-0 Goshen College here on Go Leafs Live. Third baseman TJ Bass steps to the plate as Taylor brings the middle third of its lineup up in the top half of the fourth inning. No runs on 2 hits for TU, 2 runs on 5 hits for Goshen College through 3 innings of play thus far. Bass is 0 for 1. He flying out to center in the first inning. First pitch on the way from Braden Evans. Well, it's his 39th of the day, but his first of this inning is a strike at the letters. 0-1 the count. Evans, a career starter at 13 pitches an inning thus far. I think he's got to be thinking about going the distance in this 7-inning opener of the doubleheader. The 0-1 is grounded foul past third base between Bobby Garcia and Taylor third base coach Kyle Gould. It's going to end up in the Maple Leaf bullpen, that foul ball. And they send, looks like Ryan Glithero out to get it. 0-2, the count to Bass. Plate umpire puts the ball back in play. Evans from the windup with nobody on base steps back to the first base side of the rubber, and the 0-2 pitch misses outside. Again, a good waste pitch if that was his objective. And the count of ball and 2 strikes. From the windup once again, the 1-2 pitch swung on, fouled off to the right side. After Bass, it'll be Crawford and Calbaugh, Connor Crawford and Ben Calbaugh, respectively, to round out the next 3 batters. Another 1-2 on the way. Evans comes plateward, and it is high for ball 2 as Bass attempted to hold up, and he did successfully do that. 2-2 the count. And the fourth 2-strike pitch of this at-bat is on the way. Swung on and missed, strike 3.
Now batting.
One
number
out in
9,
the inning for Connor Crawford, who's 0 for 1 with a pop-up to second base. First pitch to Crawford is a strike. Crawford's 0 for 1. He popped out to second base his last time up. His only time up thus far. 0-1 now from Evans is swung on and lined out into center field. Longacre's going to come in, but he's got to play it on, well, I counted 4 hops and then it started rolling. Third hit of the game for Taylor, and it's going to bring Calbaugh, the catcher, to the plate.
Number 34, Ben Calbaugh, batting for the Trojans.
So now a runner on first forces Evans to work from the stretch. Calbaugh 0 for 1 with a pop-up to second, which feels like I just said that because that's the same thing that was true of Crawford. As Calbaugh swings and grounds one through the hole on the right side, as Crawford's going to move up to second, but he's held at third by Reeves getting the ball back in. Taylor's up to 4 hits on the afternoon, and Jacob Morris, the left fielder, will step to the plate. We're going to get, with Calbaugh reaching base, we're going to get a courtesy runner at first base. I was trying to figure out what the stoppage in play was as our plate umpire steps out here to the third base side of the batter's box and writes things down on his lineup card. Question is, can we get a number on that batter? We can. It's Jonathan Foster, wearing uniform number 12, running for Calbaugh, who, as a catcher, is a little bit larger in body type and wears number 34. Because not all catchers are a little bit larger in body type, but most of them aren't small individuals. The beating that you take behind the plate does lend itself to having some built-in padding in areas that it's beneficial. Anyway, we'll stop before I put my foot in my mouth. No balls and no strikes to Morris, the left fielder, who struck out swinging in the second inning. 1 out here in the top half of the fourth. Go ahead run at the plate for Taylor. Evans trying to prevent that, of course, as the first pitch is grounded foul past Cody McGuire at first base. No balls and a strike. Goshen will bring the bottom of its order up in the bottom of the fourth. Reeves, McGuire, and Andrews for the Maple Leafs. Evans would love nothing more, at least in a baseball sense, than ground ball to one of his middle infielders to start a double play that ends the inning. And he certainly got the sort of stuff that could induce such a ground ball. The 0-1 pitch on the way here is low for ball 1. One of the things with being elevated behind the plate is it makes it just that much harder to check exactly where the pitch crosses the plate relative to the batter's height. And, of course, it always changes from one batter to the next. And the 1-1 pitch is on the way. Low and inside. That one left very little doubt for ball number 2. Morris ahead in the count for the first time today. Out of the left-handed batter's box, looks at Evans, who comes set. Now he steps off and looks at second base, and that whole confrontation between the batter and the runner, not the batter, the pitcher and the runner, and the pitcher and the batter, certainly gets a little bit tiresome, you'd imagine, once you're in it for, well, this will be his 51st pitch of the afternoon. The 2-1 pitch is swung on, missed. Morris looked like he was trying to put Taylor in the lead with one swing of the bat. Instead, we're back to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Evans a pitch away from what, if memory serves, would be his 4th strikeout of the afternoon. 2-2 the count as he nods at his catcher, checks the runner at second. Molson feints in behind him, and the pitch is swung on and grounded foul past first base, almost exactly in the same spot the first ground ball of this at bat was. But I suppose with a left-handed batter up, that's not all that surprising. So 2 balls and 2 strikes the count. 2-0 the score. Goshen on top. We're in the top half of the 4th inning. Evans comes set, checks the runner at second. The 2-2 is swung on and hit in the air to center field. Longacre moving to his right will make the catch. Crawford had gotten halfway to third base, but he's able to retreat safely as the throw comes in to the shortstop. And that was not what I wanted to type in there. There were 2 outs in the inning as Cade Vandermolen, the center fielder, will come to the plate. He's got one of Taylor's 4 hits on the afternoon. Nobody's got multiple hits in either direction yet, but he singled through the shortstop hole, the hole at shortstop, his first time up. Such a hit here probably plates a run with the runners moving with 2 outs, and instead he takes a strike on the inside corner. Vandermolen, we talked about hitting in the vicinity of 240 this year. Trying not to do math as the game goes on, but he's 9 for 39. 1 strike away from being 9 for 40 now, which would be 225. Wait, I said I wasn't going to do math as the game went on. Well, that lasted all of 1 pitch. No balls and 2 strikes. Infield's back all the way around as Evans checks the runner at second twice. The runners break for their respective bases, and Vandermolen fouls one off over the first base dugout. Oh and 2 the count. Elsewhere in the world of Maple Leaf athletics, we are about an hour away from the men's volleyball team starting its bid for a program record 5th consecutive victory at Judson University. That game first serve at 2 o'clock Eastern Time. The 0-2 to Vandermolen is in the right or the left-handed batter's box, and the count runs a ball and 2 strikes. You can get live stats for that on, well, you can get live video or live stats. I'd probably go with live stats and keep the baseball game up, but we've got links for both of those for you at goleafs.net. Then next week, it's women's tennis on Monday, softball on Tuesday, baseball and softball both at home on Friday, and a baseball doubleheader right back here at the Sarge next Saturday afternoon, starting at about 1 o'clock. The 1-2 is fouled off back behind the plate, and it's a ball and 2 strikes. It's always kind of bugged me that, it's a 90-degree angle between the first base foul line and the third base foul line. 90 degrees, wouldn't that feel warm on a day like this? But it means that 3/4 of the circle is actually in foul territory. It's much harder to hit the ball in fair territory. It's like a 1 in 4 chance as opposed to a 3 in 4 chance. I'm pretty sure I'm the only person in the world that's bothered by this. But we're going to get a stoppage in play as the umpire gets more baseballs delivered to him, and thankfully we'll return to the game at hand and end the geometry lesson. Because I was a communication major and should not be giving geometry lessons to start with. 2 and 2. No, I was right the first time. 1 and 2. Come on. It's like there's a giant scoreboard out there with a count on it for exactly that reason. The 1-2 pitch on the way is swung on and lined at Molson, who makes the catch to end the inning. It Might have been self-defense, but it got the job done. No runs on 2 hits for Taylor in the top half of the 4th, and we're halfway home. Maple Leafs 2, Trojans nothing on Go Leafs Live. Char Reeves will lead off the bottom of the 4th for the Maple Leafs, followed by Cody McGuire and Gage Andrews. As Reeves steps into the left-handed batter's box, he struck out swinging his first time up. Huseman's shown pretty good control thus far, only 15 balls, and make it 16, out of now 52 pitches. But that means he's been hittable, and Goshen has hit him 5 times. Second pitch to Reeves is a strike across the letters. 1 ball, 1 strike. Now the third pitch of the at-bat, another strike, slightly farther outside than the last one. And Reeves finds himself fairly quickly in a 1-2 hole. Of course, everybody's been everywhere fairly quickly against Huseman, who doesn't leave a whole lot to the imagination in terms of time between pitches, as that one's well outside and the count levels off. McGuire and Andrews, I think I said that already, will follow Reeves here in the bottom half of the 4th inning. Goshen nursing a 2-0 lead, and Reeves takes ball 3 in the dirt. So the count's full, and the corner infielders are in, and the 3-2 is fouled off over the screen to the left side. The payoff pitch is on the way. It is high for ball 4. Reeves is able to hold up, and he draws a walk. And Cody McGuire will step to the plate.
Now batting for your Maple Leafs, number 17, Cody McGuire.
I'm just hoping we get Gabe Kermode batting at some point today for the sake of the walk-up music, as McGuire grounds one to short. Ruschi shovels it to Lawson, who throws on to Fields. And Taylor, from one pitch, goes 2/3 of the way around the horn for the double play.
Now batting for the Maple Leafs, number 20, Gage Andrews.
Gage Andrews steps up. He looked up, or he watched the third strike go by like a house on the side of the road in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Now he swings through strike 1. And I think he's seen 4 pitches today, and they've all been strikes. 0-1 is the count. Huseman's 61st pitch is in the dirt, and Andrews is level in the count. Now a ball and a strike. If he keeps the inning alive, the lineup will roll over to Colby Molson. Andrews takes a strike over the outside corner, and it's 1-2. Thinking about it, we've certainly warmed up a little bit. The 11 o'clock reading, I said, was 34 degrees, I think. We'll see where we're at here as we roll across the top of the hour. Andrews misses inside for ball 2. Now the 2-2 pitch on the way is low, and the count runs full. It was 40 degrees is the 1 o'clock reading. The wind chill's 34, but we're at least in, above freezing now. The 3-2 pitch fouled off to the right side. Now, another 2-2 pitch. This one's fouled off in the other direction and on the ground. So this will be the 8th pitch of the at-bat. As the Maple Leafs, in a 7-inning game, you're always sort of, if things don't go awry, the pitcher is always usually got the bullets to, what am I saying? Get through a complete game in 7 innings. But if he starts getting hit, you certainly run the risk of getting the bullpen involved, as Evan Krager will courtesy run for Gage Andrews at first base. And we're going to get a stoppage in play as Taylor comes out for a conference on the mound. Molson, 1 for 2, has singled to center and grounded out to third. Now he's got a man on base here in the bottom half of inning number 4. 2 runs on 5 hits for Goshen College. No runs on 4 hits for Taylor University. We roll across the top of the hour. We should pause for stations to identify ourselves. This is Go Leafs Live. I'm Tony Miller, pinch hitting for the 91.1 The Globe Sports Department on this sunny Saturday in the park. Chicago allusions, unintentional. Chicago 4, I think? If you're of the appropriate vintage, that'll make some sense. But 2 outs in the inning, and Molson at the plate. Huseman about to cross the 70-pitch mark. Here's number 68. It is low and in the dirt. Kicks away from Cowboy, who tried to backhand it. Krager was running on the pitch. He's into second standing up. Gets about 4 steps past the bag. It's ball 1 and a stolen base. So 1-0, the count to Molson. Because he was running on the pitch, it's a steal and not a wild pitch or a pass ball. But now the runner's in scoring position, and the Maple Leafs leadoff man is at the plate, fouling a line drive over into the Trojan bullpen where we can see there's action. Don't ask me who is throwing in the Trojan bullpen, but there's somebody. He's right-handed, which is only marginally useful information. 1-1 the count to Molson. Now the pitch swung on, grounded in the direction of third base. Coming in to field it is Bass. He throws across the diamond, and Molson is out at first on a ground ball that looked very similar to his last one. So the Maple Leafs get a 2-out walk and strand the runner. We head to the 5th. It's Goshen 2, Taylor nothing on Go Leafs Live. Brian Fields steps into the batter's box for Taylor University as we start the top half of the 5th. That pitch is up and in for ball 1. As the discussion in the press box has turned to cake frosting. 1-0 the count to Fields. Swing and a miss on the pitch at the letters. 1-1. Fields flied into a double play in center field as Longacre threw out the runner at first base. I think it was Vandermolen back in the second inning. Can't do that here because a double play requires there to be a runner on base, and there is none. The 2-1 pitch is fouled off to the left side, and the count is 2-2. Evans from the windup with nobody on base, his 61st pitch of the afternoon, tailed off the outside corner. If it had tailed the other direction, it's probably a called third strike. So the count runs full on Fields, which reminds me of an awful pun about Darryl Strawberry taking ground balls in the afterlife at a Beatles track from the 60s. But Fields swings and misses at strike 3. And we're going to get a pinch hitter for the Trojans. It's Christian McGill batting for Brett Lawson as the 9-hole comes up for a second time here in the top half of inning number 5. McGill is 11 for 33 on the season, a home run and 6 runs driven in. One ball and no strikes to McGill. The 1-0 low and away ball to McGill from from Cicero, Indiana, a product of Hamilton Heights High School on the north side of Indianapolis. 2-0 the count as Evans looks plateward and comes home and misses low ball 3. After McGill, the order's going to flip over. It'll be Ruschi and Dutkowski to keep the inning alive. Taylor always with the tying run at least as close as the on-deck circle in a 2-0 game, which means the Maple Leafs, well, they've got 2 or 3 innings left to try to tack on some insurance runs. 3-1 the count to McGill. And the 5th pitch of the at-bat is at the letters on the inside corner, strike 2. 5 hits to 4. And the payoff pitch forthcoming, just outside ball 4. McGill is on with the 1-out walk. And Ruschi will step in from his shortstop spot. Ruschi's 1 for 2 with a double. He poked one into the right field corner on the first pitch of the ball game. Then he grounded out about the same, in the same directions. Now he bats here in the 5th, and Evans misses low ball 1. Evans up to 70 pitches here. He's got 2 innings and change to go for the complete game. Now the 1-0 pitch is swung on and grounded through the right side. It's out to Reeves in right. He'll charge the ball and throw it back in as Molson retrieves it to hold McGill to second base. But Taylor has leveled up the hit column at 5, and they bring the go-ahead run to the plate in Matt Dutkowski. The Northwood High School grad's 0 for 1 with a walk. He grounded out to first in the 3rd inning after walking, which I just said, to put 2 men on in the top of the 1st. He comes up with 1 away and 2 on in the 5th, and the first pitch he sees drops to the knee level for a strike. After Dutkowski, it'll be Bass unless the inning ends here. And the 0-1 pitch is on the way, swung on and missed, strike 2. left-handed batter facing right-handed pitcher. The third baseman, Garcia, is in level with the bag. And the 0-2 pitch coming here in a moment. On the way, low and in, ball one. About the time when you start seeing action in the bullpen, but Goshen's sending a pitcher down to warm up, so it'll be something like he'd be ready instantaneously. I mean, if you could be ready instantaneously, I don't think you end up pitching at this level. Foul tips held onto by Andrews, and Dutkowski is set down swinging.
Batting for the
As
number 11, TJ Bass.
the second out, well, it happens. So third baseman TJ Bass steps up with 2 on and 2 away, and Bass went fishing his last time, striking out swinging in the fourth. He flied out to center in the first inning, and then created the opportunity for that awful pun his last time up. First pitch he sees is off the inside corner for a ball, and it's 1-0 to Bass. He's 0 for 2, the only man in the top half of the Taylor lineup doesn't have a hit yet. The bottom half of the lineup, though, is, well, it's 1 for 8 thus far. And thus, the Trojans have yet to score. The 1-0 misses just off the outside corner. It's 2 balls and no strikes. Crawford has 6 hits in this series. He was 5 for 5 on Thursday. He's 1 for 2 today, and he is in the on-deck circle. Or what passes for the on-deck circle. I guess there is a circle over there. A weathered circle, like a lot of this field is, because nothing that's naturally grown is in tip-top shape in March. And this is a semi-dormant natural surface. Now the 2-0 to Bass misses low and away for ball 3. He tried to get Bass with the hook. I did it again, and he missed. A pitch away from loading the bases is the starting pitcher. And his 78th pitch of the ball game, something like his 20th pitch of the inning, coming here with 2 away. Evans checks the lead runner at second. He comes home with the pitch. It's popped up in the air to right field. Got more carry on it than I thought. Char Reeves read it properly. He makes the step, or the catch, 2 steps to his left, and the inning is over. So Taylor does not score in the 5th. No runs on 1 hit. They leave 2. It's time to stretch in a 7-inning game, and it's Goshen 2, Taylor nothing on Go Leaves Live. Brett Lawson re-enters the game at second base as we move to the bottom of the 5th here on Sarge Yoder Field this Saturday afternoon. Ben Longacre, the Maple Leaf center fielder, steps in as Goshen runs through the top of its order. It hopes for the final time today. If the Maple Leafs hold this lead, they'll bat in just the 5th and 6th innings. And Longacre takes ball 1, low and away. Ben came in hitting at .356 on the season. He flied out to right to start the game, well, the second batter of the game. And he singled to left in the 3rd inning. He hit his 2nd homer of the season out in the corner of the RFC parking lot on Thursday afternoon. A reminder, if you choose to join us at Sarge Yoder Field, that vehicles in the Rec Fitness Center parking lot are occasionally in danger of being struck by batted balls. Although Clinton Strobel is no longer with us, he graduated, not that he's dead. In fact, he may be watching. Hello, Clinton, if you are. But he was certainly the most dangerous hitter for the purposes of parked cars in the Maple Leaf lineup for the last few years. 2-1 the count to Longacre as he takes ball 3 off the outside corner, and we're at 3 balls and a strike. Mitchell Wilson and Peyton Smith will follow the Maple Leaf center fielder. And the 3-1 pitch is swung on, hit off the hands out into shallow center field. Going back and making the catch and keeping his balance is Rushi. So there is 1 out in the inning, and it's going to bring Wilson to the plate. The left fielder is 1 for 2. He's reached base both times. Dropped fly ball in the first inning. Conventional single to third in the third. If he keeps moving counterclockwise, he will hit the ball into the Maple Leaf dugout this time, and that would be bad news. Swung on and popped behind the plate is the first pitch, and the count runs to no balls and a strike. Huseman's back out there for his 5th inning of work. There's action in the Trojan bullpen as he's at 76 pitches. His next strike will be his 50th. Out of the windup, the right-handed pitcher wears his socks high, and the ball is grounded over to the first base side. It's taken by Fields, who feeds Huseman, covering for the second out of the inning.
Number 45, Peyton Smith up to bat for the Maple Leaves.
I tell you, the self-confidence required to come to the plate to the chicken dance is pretty impressive. Strike on the inside corner to Smith. He's 0 for 2 today, struck out looking in the first inning, grounded out to second in the third. Now the 0-1 pitch on the way from Huseman is low and away, swung on and missed, strike 2. Another 2-strike pitch coming, fouled back into the protective netting. I say protective because, there's a window in front of us, but foul ball versus window would not end well for the window or the people sitting behind it. Now another 0-2 pitch forthcoming. That one in the dirt. I think it hit off the heel of the catcher's glove and kicked over toward the first base dugout as one of the Taylor assistant coaches will come out and feed it back to the umpire and miss the umpire, and it rolls into the Maple Leaf dugout. 0-2 the count. Smith having a fairly productive freshman season so far. He came into the ballgame batting at .258, although that figure is down a little bit because he started, like we said, 0 for 2. Wearing uniform number 45. In the right-handed batter's box, rests the bat on his right shoulder and awaits the 5th pitch of the at-bat from Huseman. Out of the windup, he comes home, swung on, and fouled back. We'll do it again. Garcia out to fetch the baseball. Sarah, why is there a chair in our dugout? The 0-2 swung on sort of in self-defense by Smith, and it trickles over in front of the Taylor dugout. That's 4 consecutive foul balls and 6 consecutive strikes out of the arm of Huseman. That one missed low and away. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes, 3 balls and 2 strikes. The umpire says 2-2. I guess we'll go with him. Now the 2-2 misses up high, and the count is full to Smith. Garcia would follow the freshman if he keeps the inning moving. What he has done a good job of is making the pitcher throw a lot of pitches as he swings and misses, and Goshen goes down in order in the 5th. No runs, no hits, no errors, none left. To inning number 6 we go. Maple Leafs 2, Trojans nothing, right here on Go Leafs Live. Welcome back to Sarge Yoder Field on a chilly Saturday afternoon. It's G1T2 Taylor nothing in the top half of inning number 6 as Connor Crawford, Ben Calbaugh, and Jacob Morris step to the plate for the Trojans of Taylor University. Brayton Evans comes home with his 79th pitch of the game. It's a half swing and a full strike as Crawford fouls it off. And the count is 0-1. Crawford's 1 for 2. He popped out to second and singled the center in his previous 2 plate appearances. Now up for the third time, he swings and hits this one a mile in the air to shallow left field. Bailey Owens, who was a defensive replacement for Mitchell Wilson, comes in, then moves to his left and makes the catch. And there's one away here in the top of the 6th. First pitch to Calbaugh misses outside, ball 1. Calbaugh's 1 for 2. He popped out to second, and he singled without or through the hole at second base in the 4th. To be honest, I completely blanked on what that pitch was. So it's 2-0 is the count to Calbaugh. There we go. And the third pitch of the at bat, you saw Andrews hold it there for an extra second, trying to get the call, and he didn't. We're at 3-1 as that missed outside. There. Now the 3-1 low and away. Calbaugh on base.
Now batting for the Trojans, number 35, Jacob Morris.
And with the catcher reaching, we'll see a courtesy runner here in the top of the 6th. The courtesy runner for Calbaugh, number 20, Caleb Fox. Jacob Morris at the plate is 0 for 2. He struck out on a fly out. Takes ball 1 off the outside corner. Ball and no strikes. Again, 2-0 Goshen, so the tying run is at the plate here in the top half of inning number 6. There was action in the Maple Leaf bullpen earlier. It has ceased for the moment. Evans comes home with the 1-0, a swing and a miss, strike 1. Evans having a pretty good day on the ERA front, hasn't allowed a run earned or otherwise through 5 and a third innings. Came in with an earned run average up in the vicinity of 8. He was at 7.88 with 14 earned runs in 16 innings thus far. That's down to 14 in 21 and a third. Now the 1-1 on the way, missed high. I thought it missed high. The umpire called it a strike. 1-2 the count. Evans is glad that I am not umpiring. Left-handed batter faces right-handed pitcher. Vandermolen on deck if he keeps the inning alive. Evans about to hit the 90 pitch mark. Works from the stretch with his back to the runner. And comes home, swung on and fouled off. As the foul ball rolls almost back to the plate. And we stay with 2 strikes. Evans checks the runner at first, comes set. McGuire's holding the runner at first base. 1-2 the count. Swung on a miss, strike 3. So Morris fans for the second time today.
Number 5, Cade Vandermolen.
And Vandermolen's going to come to the plate with 2 outs and try to do something here in the top half of the 6th. Vandermolen is 1 for 2, as a number of these Trojans are. They've got 5 hits through 5 innings, 5 2/3 now. Evans comes set. And the first pitch to Vandermolen swung on and popped up. First base side, McGuire over in the direction of the Trojans' dugout. Ball's going to fly over the screen and out of play. 0-1, the count to Vandermolen. Cade, we talked about earlier, a 237 hitter coming in. He's at, exactly 250 now, 10 for 40 on the season as the Trojans play game number 16 here in Goshen on the Saturday afternoon. Evans is set. The 0-1 pitch coming momentarily. Swung on, lined out into left field, and Owens is not going to get there. He picks it up on the third hop. Throw's going to come back into second base as Fox goes first to third, and the Trojans have the tying runs on base here in the sixth. That'll bring Brian Fields, the first baseman, to the plate, and it certainly looked like head coach Kyle Gould has sort of constructed a miniature middle of the order at the bottom of the order, with Fields batting .333 on the season, but a .643 slugging percentage, 4 doubles, 3 home runs. But Evans has held them to 1 extra base hit through 6 innings, or 5 2/3, as we work here in the 6th. The go-ahead run, though, is at the plate, and Fields swings and puts a charge into one, but it ends up on the soccer field. And the count is 0-1. If Fields keeps the inning alive, there's another pinch hitter for Lawson in the on-deck circle. That's Andrew Kennedy, which would end the day of Lawson. But Evans would prefer to not have to deal with that until the 7th inning. The 0-1 paints the top of the strike zone for strike 2 as Evans hits the 94 pitch mark. And the 0-2 is up high for ball 1. Fox on third, Vandermolen on first. Fields holding down ground in the right-handed batter's box. 1-2 the count. Evans dangles the right arm, gets the sign, comes set. Working from the third base side of the rubber. Now he comes home with the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a missed strike 3, and the inning is over. So Evans gives up a pair of hits, but gets out of it, and we go to the bottom of the frame through 5.5 innings. It's Goshen 2, Taylor nothing. Lang, Garcia, and Reeves on the way up for the Maple Leafs in the bottom of the inning. And you're listening to Crossroads League Baseball on Go Leafs Live. Nate Lang leads off the bottom of inning number 6 for the Maple Leafs of Goshen College on the Saturday afternoon. They lead Taylor 2-0 in a 7-inning game, so fundamentally you can think of it as the bottom of the 8th. And the Maple Leafs are out in front, which is, well, a better place to be than coming from behind. Lang swings the 1-0 pitch and puts it out in right center field. On his way over to flag it down is Crawford, but he'll get to it on about 4 hops. As Lang's around first, he's going to slide into second with no defenders covering the bag. It's a double for the Maple Leaf shortstop. Goshen's 6th hit of the ball game, and it's going to bring Bobby Garcia to the plate.
Now batting for the Maple Leafs, number 21, Bobby Garcia.
Garcia's 0 for 2 today. He popped out to first base and grounded out to third. Like we talked about, if he keeps moving 90 degrees counterclockwise each time, he'd hit Daniel Camargo, who's in the on-deck circle. First pitch to Garcia misses low and away for ball one. Camargo would be batting for Char Reeves if he comes up next. Then it's Cody McGuire and Gage Andrews to follow that. Again, the first game of the doubleheader, the second game of the series in the Crossroads League, is a 7-inning affair as Garcia bunts and fouls one off to the left side. This one's bunted back up the middle. It is fielded by Huseman. He throws to third, and they're going to say that Lang got in under the tag. It's a fielder's choice for Garcia, so the Maple Leafs stay at 7 hits. Taylor is at 6, and the Maple Leafs have runners on the corners. And it'll be Char Reeves coming up as they will bring Camargo back from the on-deck circle. And before Reeves hits, we will discuss the State of the Union at the pitcher's mound. Kyle Gould's on his way out to talk about things for the Trojans, who trail 2-0 here in the bottom of the 6th. Reeves steps into the box for the Maple Leafs with runners on first and third. He drops a bunt down the third base line. Moving up to second is Garcia, and Lang holds at first. That one is a hit for the Maple Leafs, who load the bases with nobody out in the bottom of the 6th.
Now batting for the Maple Leafs, number 17, Cody McGuire.
The bases are loaded, and McGuire comes to the plate. And time is called, and we're going to get a pitching change. So we'll step aside for a moment and be back with the details. It's Goshen 2, Taylor nothing, and Goshen threatening in the bottom half of inning number 6. We'll be back right after this on Go Leafs Live. Welcome back to Sarge Yoder Field in the bottom half of inning number 6. Noah Huseman out of the game for Taylor after 5 innings and 3 batters. He gave up 6 hits, 2 walks, and 2 runs, none of them earned in 5 innings of work through 93 pitches. Now it's Matt Dutkowski called out of the bullpen for his first Crossroads League pitching appearance of his freshman season. Dutkowski started the game as designated hitter. Now he's making his third relief appearance of the year. He's gone 4 innings with an ERA of 15 and 3/4, allowing opponents to bat .520 off of him, and the Maple Leafs will try to take advantage of that here as Cody McGuire steps into the batter's box. McGuire's 1 for 2 today. He's singled and grounded into a double play, and the infield is in. He swings and misses at strike one. 0-1 the count to McGuire. Lang's on third. Garcia's on second. Reeves is on first. And the 0-1 pitch to McGuire is low and away, ball one. Dutkowski comes set. He's working from the first base side of the rubber, which is something we haven't seen yet today. McGuire pumps this one up into shallow left field. Coming in is Morris, and it's going to fall in front of him. He picks up the ball, throws to third base, and diving in safely is Garcia. It's an excuse me single for Cody McGuire as Goshen takes a 3-0 lead. You got to think that Morris lost that baseball in the sun. And we'll get a pinch hitter for Gage Andrews as Daniel Camargo steps into the batter's box here in the bottom half of inning number 6. Camargo out of Maracaibo, Venezuela, which you might know is the hometown of Luis Aparicio, who you may know as a Hall of Fame infielder for the Chicago White Sox. Camargo listed as a utility player. He's batting this season at .250. He's 2 for 8 in 8 appearances, 2 starts. This now is 9th appearance of the season. First pitch to Camargo is a strike down the middle. Right-handed batter hits with the infield still in. Not that that helped Taylor a whole lot on the previous at-bat. Swings it, grounds this one foul off the tarp. 0-2. Following Camargo, rather, it'll be Molson to follow at the top of the order. Swung on and missed for strike 3. So the bases will remain loaded, and Molson's going to... No, Molson's not going to step to the plate. We've got another pinch hitter. It'll be Anthony Tadero, it looks like, coming out of the dugout to bat for Molson, which gives me a fairly good idea of what the action in the Maple Leaf bullpen is. Tadero, the starting catcher, not getting the nod today in favor of Andrews. Tadero is 3 for 14 this season with 2 doubles and a run scored. Hasn't driven in a run yet. He's got plenty of chances to do it here. Batting for Molson in the bottom of the 6th. Longacre to follow him. 1 out in the inning. Dutkowski comes home and a strike called against Tadero. No balls and a strike. 0-1 the count. The corner infielders are back now as this one's grounded up the middle. Dutkowski's going to come home for the fielder's choice. They get one and throw one to first for the double play. So Taylor escapes the bottom of the 6th with no damage, despite loading the bases with nobody out as the inning comes to a close. For Goshen, it's 1 run on 2 hits, and we'll head to the 7th. 3-0 Maple Leafs in a 7-inning ball game right here on Go Leafs Live. Colby Molson moves from second base into pitch for the Maple Leafs of Goshen College as we move into inning number 7. Braden Evans' day is done after 6 innings, 6 hits, and no runs. He struck out 7 and walked 3. Molson is Goshen's all-time leader in saves. He comes in with
Batting for Taylor, number
1, I
6,
think,
Andrew
this season.
Kennedy.
We'll find out here in a moment. Molson, he's got a save this year. He's making his 5th appearance, his 4th out of the bullpen, with an ERA of 6.43 in 7 innings. Andrew Kennedy pinch hits for Brett Lawson here as we start the 7th inning, and it's a strike on the outside half of the plate. The strike is called again on the outside corner. 0-2 is the count, and it's swung on and missed for strike 3. So Kennedy is down. It's going to be Ruschi. Ruschi takes a strike on the outside corner. He's 2 for 3 with a double today. The pitch is ball low, 1-1. 2-1. After Ruschi, it would be Dutkowski to bat for it himself, trying to see, yes, he's in the on-deck circle as a designated hitter. Now the 2-1, it's a strike at the letters on the outside corner. The 2-2 pitch missed inside. Molson out of the windup with his 9th pitch of the day. It's ball 4 as Ruschi reaches on a walk.
13, Matt Dutkowski.
Dutkowski steps in. He's 0 for 2 with a walk. The first pitch to Ruschi is a strike on the inside corner. No balls in the strike. 0-1 the count. Molson on the third base side of the rubber comes home. That one is swung on and flied into deep right field. That is off the base of the wall as Reeves fields it. The throw comes back in, and coming in to score is Ruschi. Taylor cuts the lead to 3-1 here in the top of the 7th.
Now batting for the Trojans, number 11, TJ Bass.
As Dutkowski, who is also the pitcher, reaches base, we're going to get a courtesy runner for him, and that courtesy runner will be the same one we saw for the catcher. It's Caleb Fox heading out to second base. Now the tying run at the plate is TJ Bass. And we're trying to get the lineup fixed on the stat computer. Fox, the tying run at second. Bass steps in. He's 0 for 3. As flied out to center, struck out, and flied out to right here in now batting in the bottom of the 7th. Top of the 7th. Wow. 1 run on 7 hits for Taylor. 3 runs on 8 hits for Goshen. Molson comes home and misses low for ball 1. Provided Bass manages not to end the game, Connor Crawford would follow him, and Crawford is 6 out of 8 at the plate in the last couple of games. Molson checks the runner at second. Lang's not exactly holding him, so he doesn't have much of a place to go. Pitch to strike on the inside corner, and the count runs to 1-1. Again, once this game ends, we'll be back in about half an hour with game number 2 of this doubleheader, game 3 of the series. And if things hold, it would be a rubber match because the teams would have split each of the first 2 games. The 1-1 misses low and away for ball 2. Molson checks the runner at second and comes home with the 2-1 pitch. That was just high, ball 3. And the tying run is 1 pitch away from reaching base. Molson checks at second. He comes home with the 3-1. It's a half swing. They're going to check with the base umpire. They say Bass did not go around, and there are 2 on with 1 out. And I think we're going to get another pinch runner. This one's an outright pinch runner because Bass, as the third baseman, is not eligible to be courtesy run for. And the runner at first will be Jonathan Foster.
Pinch running for the Trojans, number 12, Jonathan Foster.
With that, we have a timeout on the field as head coach Alex Childers comes out to prompt his defense, and which is 2 outs away from pulling the upset and getting back to 500 in conference play. Go-ahead run is at the plate for the Trojans. Connor Crawford's the right fielder. He singled to center in the 4th. That's been bookended by a pair of outs in the air. As the plate umpire shuffles his lineup cards, we'll wait for him here in a moment. And let you know that, again, you can tab over to the Judson Athletics Facebook page and take a look at the Maple Leaf men's volleyball team in action here in about 10 minutes. That'll be coming up probably between games. 1 out in the top of the 7th. Taylor trailing 3-1, but with 2 runners on base. And Molson's first pitch to Crawford is low and away, ball 1. Evans is in line for the win. He cannot get the loss. It's a save situation for Molson, who would take the loss if Taylor comes back. He's thrown 9 balls and 8 strikes so far. His 18th pitch of the game is on the way and hits the knees for strike 1. Runners on first and second. The 1-1 pitch is lined back up the middle. Longacre is going to come in and come up throwing as quickly as he can, but Fox is around to third and in to score. Foster moves to second, and Taylor cuts the deficit to 3-2.
Now hitting for the Trojans, number 34, Ben Calbaugh.
With that, Ben Calbaugh steps in. The catcher is 1 for 2 with a walk. He's popped out to second and singled through the hole between first and second, where Smith is covering the bag. The first pitch to Calbaugh is swung on and hit a mile down the left field line, but that is angling foul, and I think that's going to short hop off the building. I'm noticing there's definitely a group of people sitting out behind the Maple Leaf bullpen in the left field corner, which, I mean, there usually is, but that never struck me as what I think it is it's convenient and it's close to the parking lot. 0-1 is the count as Molson misses inside. There's action in the Maple Leaf bullpen as it looks like Landon Roth is getting ready down there. I think the Maple Leafs certainly would prefer to have Molson close this one out. 1-1, the count to Calbaugh. He misses outside. The throw to third was not in time and was much too high to get Foster, who steals third base. And the tying run is 90 feet away for TU. Molson's got men on the corners. He comes home with the 2-1 pitch, and he missed low for ball 3. If he can get a ground ball, honestly, a walk would not be the worst thing. It would fill in the bases and set up a force play at any spot on the diamond. Now Cowball calls time and backs out of the box, facing a 3-1 count in a 3-2 game. Cowball's resting his bat on his right shoulder. He awaits the 3-1 delivery from Molson, who looks down for his sign. Now he comes home. It's grounded to third, and it gets through Garcia. In to score is Foster. They're going to wave Crawford around second, but he will hold there as Cowball reaches on the error by Garcia. And the game is tied. It's 3-3 now with runners on first and second and one out in the bottom of
number 35, Jacob Morris.
On the top of the seventh. Jacob Morris, the left fielder, steps in. He's the seventh Trojan to come to bat in the inning. As Molson he's blown the save. It's a tie game. First pitch to Morris misses outside. The run is earned. To be honest, I think that scores regardless of the ball being fielded. But there could be 2 out. There could be 2 outs in the inning, and instead there is one, as the breaking ball catches the outside corner for strike 1. 1-1 the count to Morris, who's 0 for 3 today, and boy, wouldn't he love a hit here. Goshen would not love a hit here, but Morris certainly would. Morris is hitting .339 this year. He's 19 for 59, including that 0 for 3 performance. The pitch from Molson misses inside for ball 2. Right-handed pitcher facing left-handed batter. The infield is back all the way around except for Garcia, who is level with the bag at third. Molson steps off and looks the runner back to second. It'll be Longacre, Owens, and Smith to hit for the Maple Leafs in the bottom of the seventh, which we are now guaranteed to need one way or another. 2-1 the count to Morris, and the pitch is swung on and grounded into the first base coaching box. 2-2. Outfield is deep and straight away, and I mean deep. 2-2 the count. Pitcher wearing number 2 comes home with the 2-2 pitch, and it's fouled over toward the Maple Leaf dugout. Molson set once again. He's got Lang faking in behind the runner, and the pitch is high for ball 3. Molson checks that runner at second base, inching off Crawford. Now he steps back toward the bag. Anyway, the payoff pitch is on the way. It's strike 3 called on the outside corner for the second out of the inning. That'll bring the center fielder, Cade Vandermolen, to the plate.
Cade Vandermolen, number 5, batting for the Trojans.
Vandermolen's 2 for 3 with a pair of singles and a line out to second base. He's made pretty good contact all 3 times he's come up. Molson's at 31 pitches through 2/3 of an inning, as it's his record on the line now in this ballgame. Evans can't get the win, and Huseman can't get the loss either for Taylor. Dutkowski will be the pitcher of record, barring, I guess somebody has to score again by rule, because 3-3 has not decided a winner. 0-1 the count as this one is swung on and hit in the air to shallow right. Reeves came in. Now he backs up and makes the catch, but the damage has been done. 3 runs for Taylor in the top of the 7th on 2 runs and an error. They leave 2 on base, and we go to the bottom of the 7th. It's Longacre, Owens, and Smith trying to walk it off for the Maple Leafs in a 3-3 tie on Go Leafs Live. Welcome back to Sarge Yoder Field on this Saturday afternoon. 3-3 to the bottom of the 7th, where it's Longacre, looks like Wilson in the on-deck circle, and Smith trying to win it for Goshen College. Matt Dutkowski on the circle in the mound for his 2nd inning of work, and he misses low to Longacre for ball 1. Dutkowski threw an 8-pitch inning in the bottom of the 6th after Goshen scored an insurance run, and a big insurance run it was because it means the game's tied now rather than trailing 3-2. Longacre is up 1-0 in the count. Now he swings and misses, and we are level at a ball and a strike. He's 1 for 3 on the afternoon, flied out, singled, and popped out in 3 plate appearances thus far. 1-1 the count to Longacre. Swings and foul tips one, and it's 1-2. In the event that Goshen doesn't score in the 7th, we'd go to the 8th, which would be extra innings, and that's notable because it would mean the second game would get shortened to 7 innings. So if this game ends in exactly 8 innings, it would actually shorten the doubleheader from 15 innings to 15 innings from its scheduled 16. The 1-2 to Longacre swung on and flied out into right field. Moving over toward the foul line is Crawford. He's not going to get it as it lands about a step and a half on the foul side of the white line, and the count is... The scoreboard has 1-2. I have 2-2. I'm not sure that I'm right necessarily, but we got to figure out which one of those is correct. No, it is 1-2. I hit the ball button twice because I made the comment about the second pitch being a strike. So it's 1-2 to Longacre. So this is where I miss having a color commentator doing an actual book up here. Now the 1-2 pitch is fouled off to the right side. I want to pass along a shout-out as well. Got to fire up the request line, so to speak. Casey and Connie Cavell, Coach Childers' sister and brother-in-law, checking in from down in the Atlanta area on the live stream. I know there are others of you watching from other places, but, well, they're the ones that reached out as Longacre swings and misses at strike 3, and there's 1 away in the inning. Mitchell Wilson re-enters the lineup now. He was pulled for Bailey Owens for defensive purposes in the 6th inning, but he'll re-enter and bat here in the bottom of the 7th. He's 1 for 3 today, reached on an error in the 1st, came around to score, then singled legitimately in the 3rd, and grounded out to 3rd in the 1st, or grounded out to 1st in the 5th. Ugh. There are too many numbers in that sentence. 3 runs, 8 hits, 1 error, both directions. Dutkowski comes home, and Wilson swings and lines that one foul in the direction of right field, just over the Trojan bullpen. Dutkowski has thrown 15 pitches thus far, and only 2 of them have missed the strike zone. Now the 0-1 on the way as he works from the windup. Swung on and fouled back to the right side. Other thing that we're going to have to watch here this afternoon is that we're about half an hour away from the start of game number 2 in this doubleheader, and right now we've only got about 3.5 hours to play that game because daylight saving time doesn't kick in until tomorrow morning. It's going to get dark in the vicinity of 6:15 as that one is fouled over the screen and out of play at one of the trees behind the Taylor dugout. Wilson's down, no balls, 2 strikes. For Goshen, it was 2 runs in the first, 1 in the 6th. For Taylor, they scored all 3 in the 7th off Maple Leaf closer Colby Molson. Now the 0-2 to Wilson's on the way, swung on and hit out to left field. Moving to his left is Morris. He's going to get called off by Vandermolen in the gap, and the ball drops. It's a double for Wilson, and the winning run's on second base. It's the second time that Morris has misread a fly ball out in the Sunfield. And that's going to bring, well, it's not the winning run, it's the run past the winning run. Peyton Smith hitting for the Maple Leafs with 1 out in the bottom of the 7th inning. Smith is 0 for 3. He has struck out twice and grounded out to second, but with 1 out, that ground ball to second would look mighty fine right now because it would move the runner to third. First pitch to Smith is swung on and lined into center field. Moving to his left is Vandermolen. Backing up is Wilson, who's going to tag and go to third as the throw comes into second base. So Smith moves the runner over, and now it's up to Nate Lang, the shortstop, to get him in. Lang's 2 for 3 on the day. He had the 2-run double in the first inning. Came in hitting, let's see, what was he hitting? I'll scroll back up on this tab. He was hitting 182. 8 for 44, so he's now 10 for 47 on the season. 11 for 48 would send the Maple Leafs home happy here. Dutkowski back to the windup with a runner on third as Lang swings and fouls this one back over the press box. No balls and a strike. If he reaches, it's a moot point, because if he reaches, the game's probably over. But Garcia would follow him. That'd be more likely in the bottom of the 8th. 0-1, the count to Lang. Swung on a missed strike 2. We saw action in the Maple Leaf bullpen, so if it's needed in the 8th inning, I don't know if they would go back to Molson on the mound, or if they would go back to, it looked like Landon Roth warming up down there, who's been one of the more used Maple Leaf relievers so far this season. 0-2, and Lang fouls it off to the left side. He hit Bobby Garcia in the bat as he was trying to reach down and field it with a stick of aluminum. A factor that's going to come up at some point here is that when Goshen put Molson on the mound, they lost the designated hitter. So if they make the pitching change, Roth would have to go in the batting order somewhere. And Lang swings and lines this one out to left center field. That's going to drop, and the Maple Leafs walk off against the Trojans. Lang rounds first base. He's going to be mobbed by his teammates between first and second. It's Molson, the former state champion cornerback, getting credit for the tackle over there where maybe the 20-yard line would be, as the Maple Leafs walk it off in the bottom of the 7th. 4 runs on I think 9 hits for the Maple Leafs. The scoreboard has 10, but the scoreboard says 4-3, and that's the important detail. Lang gets credit for the base hit. It's a single because Wilson advances exactly 1 base to score the run, and we are out of here in 2 hours and 8 minutes. Let's see. That's an earned run for Dutkowski, who's going to take the loss. Molson gets the win, and the Maple Leafs win it. Officially, it's 209. There is no save, of course, in a walk-off win. We'll take a moment and wrap some things up. Taylor falls to 13-3 on the season. Goshen is 6-11, and both teams now 1-1 in Crossroads League action. Taking a run through the box score here. We'll do that in just a moment. Looks like we will start game 2 around 2:35 or 2:40. The winning pitcher is Colby Molson. goes an inning, gives up 2 hits and 2 walks, allowed 3 runs, struck out 2, but he's the beneficiary as Lang singles here in the bottom of the 7th. Dutkowski, the loser, gives up 3 hits in an inning and 2/3, strikes out a pair. And let's see, multiple hits for the Maple Leafs include 3 for Lang, 2 apiece for McGuire and Mitchell Wilson. Lang and Wilson both doubled. Ruschi and Dutkowski each had doubles for Taylor. Vandermolen, Ruschi, and Connor Crawford with 2 hits apiece. Again, the final totals: 4 runs on 9 hits for Goshen, 3 runs on 8 hits for Taylor, and the Maple Leafs get back to 500 in conference play with a walk-off winner here in Game 2 of the series. We're going to step aside now for about 25 minutes. We'll be back a little after 2:30 with the lineups for game number 2, but keep it locked right here on Go Leafs Live. It's a rubber match between Goshen and Taylor coming up right after this. Welcome back to the campus at
Welcome
Goshen
to Street
College
Pitch at
and
Goshen
the
College
J.
for the
Harold
second game
Sarge
of the
Yoder
doubleheader
baseball
between
field for
Taylor
the second
University
game of today's
Trojans
doubleheader
and Goshen
between
College
Taylor
Maple Leafs.
University and Goshen
Starting
College.
lineups.
I'm Tony Miller,
First
sitting
from
in for the
Street
91-1 The
Pitch,
Globe crew as they head to New York for the
batting
Intercollegiate
first
Broadcasting System
and playing
Conference and
shortstop,
Awards
number
show this
2,
evening.
Nick
But
Rushi.
we'll get through
Batting
Game
second
2 of
and
today's
DHing,
doubleheader
number
regardless
14,
of how
Matt
we do it.
Dubkowski. Batting
Time to
third,
take a look at the
number
lineups
11,
for game number 2, which look
TJ
pretty
Betts.
similar to the lineups for
Batting
game number
fourth
1, which
and playing
Goshen just
left
walked
field,
off
number 9,
4-3
Connor
in the
Crawford.
bottom of the 7th.
Batting fifth and playing
It's
catcher,
Nick Rushi
number
leading off for
34,
Taylor
Ben
in the
Kalba.
shortstop spot, followed by
Batting
designated
sixth
hitter Matt Dubkowski in the
and playing
2
center
hole.
field,
The
number
third
5,
baseman is
TJ
number
Haynes.
11 TJ
Batting
Bass.
seventh
The right fielder,
and
number
playing first
9
base,
Connor
number
Crawford.
33,
Ben
Brian
Kalbaugh
Field.
catches and bats 5th.
Batting eighth
In the 6th hole is the
and playing
center
left
fielder,
field,
number
number 2,
5
Christian
Cade
McGill.
Vandermolen. Batting 7th at first
Batting
base, number
ninth
33 Brian
and playing
Fields.
second base,
The
number
left fielder is
17,
Christian
Tanner
McGill, and the
Colby.
right fielder,
Pitching for
or
the
excuse me, the second
Trojans,
baseman's number
number
17,
21, Luke
Tanner
Carlson.
Colby. Luke Carlson gets the
Now let's
start,
meet the
wearing
Goshen
uniform number
lineup.
21
From second
on
base.
the mound. For the Maple
Batting
Leafs, Colby
first
Molson
and
leads
playing
off at second
base,
base.
Colby
Ben
Molson.
Longacre in center field, followed by
Batting
Mitchell
second
Wilson
and
in
playing
left,
center
who
field,
bats
number
third.
6, Ben
Peyton
Longacre.
Smith is the
Batting
designated
third
hitter. Nate
and playing
Lang at
left field,
shortstop,
number
and
8,
Daniel
TJ
Camargo
Betts.
in
Batting
the
fourth
6th hole at third
and
base rounds
DHing,
out the middle
number
third of the
5,
lineup.
James
Char
Reed.
Reeves bats 7th and
Batting
plays
fifth
right. Cody
and playing
McGuire bats
shortstop,
8th and
number
plays
32,
first.
Nate
And Gage
Lang.
Andrews gets the start for game 2 of the
Batting
doubleheader,
sixth
catching
and
Colton
playing
Daniel, who
third
makes
base,
his
number
third start of the
20, Daniel
season.
Camargo.
Molson, Longacre, Wilson, Smith,
Batting
Lang,
seventh and
Camargo,
playing right
Reeves,
field, number
McGuire, and
31,
Andrews
Char
once
Reeves.
again the lineup for the
Batting
Maple
eighth
Leafs.
and playing first base,
Daniel
number 17,
worked
Cody
primarily
McGuire.
out of the bullpen
Batting
for his
ninth
first
and
3
playing
seasons at
catcher,
Goshen
number 2,
College.
James
This year,
Reed.
he, like I said, has made a
Pitching for
couple
the
of
Maple
starts so
Leafs,
far, in addition to
number
4
1,
relief
Colton
appearances.
Daniel.
He's making his 7th appearance of the season, his third start. He's 1-0 with an ERA of 6.75 and 12 innings of work. But he's letting opponents hit a .195 off of him, which is by far the best opponent batting average on the Maple Leaf staff. I say by far, and I mean by 46 points. By 46 points. As he's given up 3 hit batters and 7 walks. But allowing opponents to hit south of the Mendoza line is Daniel. On the other side of the coin, Carlson again getting the start for Taylor University. He is making his first appearance of the year. That cannot be right, or that seems like it cannot be right, but it is, as we pitch game 3 of this Crossroads League opening series. Taylor won the first game 10-3. Goshen took the second 4-3. We're back with the rubber match in a matter of moments on Go Leafs Live. Nick Rushi leads off the top of the first for Taylor University as we get things started here in game number 2 of this afternoon's doubleheader. It's 43 degrees under fair skies with the winds from the south at 8 miles an hour as we're going to get started a couple minutes early, which isn't a bad thing, both because we're going to be running up against the failing light of twilight here in a few hours, and because it's 43 degrees. Not having to sit out here for the 3 extra minutes between games is something that I don't think anybody's going to complain about. Strike 1 on the inside corner to Rushi as we get things started at 2:35 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Daniel works from the stretch even with nobody on base off the first base side of the rubber. Second pitch he delivers is hit out into left center field, and Longacre will trot over and pick it up on 3 hops as Rushi rounds first base and holds there with the first single of the game.
Now batting for the Trojans, number 14, Matt Dubkowski.
The designated hitter, Matt Dutkowski, is next in line in the 2-hole. He was the designated hitter and then became the pitcher who took the loss in Game 1 of the doubleheader today. If I were, paying attention, I would have the final stats from that game up and would tell you exactly what he did in that contest. But, well, we'll get there here in a couple of moments. First pitch to Dutkowski is a strike on the outside corner. Dutkowski was 1 for 3 in the opener. And he's down 0-1 here. Daniel checks the runner at first and comes home. Ground ball up the middle is taken by Lang. He shovels to Molson, who makes the turn, and the throw to first gets Dutkowski for the 6-4-3 double play.
Now batting for the Trojans, number 11, TJ Bass.
So third baseman TJ Bass comes up. He'll try to put a hook into one here in the top half of the first inning after a single and a double play ball. He was, I think, I'm eyeballing that he was 1 for 4. We'll see if that's right. No, he was 0 for 3. He had a walk, though, so we did reach base in the first game. Daniel comes home with the first pitch to Bass. It's up high for ball 1. Went fishing in his third at bat with the strikeout, also a strikeout looking. 1-0 the count. And the second pitch of the at-bat is on the way as it's hit out into center field. Longacre starts in, now moves over to his right. And he's going to back up and make the catch to end the inning. So Daniel's out of the first in 5 pitches. No runs, 1 hit, but it's erased on the ground ball up the middle. And through half an inning, it's Taylor nothing, Goshen coming up. You're listening to Crossroads League Baseball on Go Leafs Live. Welcome back to Goshen, Indiana for the bottom of the first inning. It's the Maple Leafs of Goshen College, nothing. The Trojans of Taylor University, nothing. As we play through this Crossroads League weekend series, it'll be Molson, Longacre, and Wilson to lead things off for the Maple Leafs in game number 3. Molson swings at the first pitch he sees and misses it. It was over the outside corner, and it's 0-1 to the Tri-Central High School product out of Tipton, Indiana. And don't ask me why I remember this, but I believe Molson wore number 86 on his high school football team. Ball 1, low and away. They went to that would have been, fall of 2013. They went to the state finals and met Eastern Hancock at Lucas Oil Stadium. Anyway, the 1-1 is up high for ball 2. In fact, some of you may have heard that game on our usual broadcast affiliate, 91.1 The Globe. The fourth pitch of the at-bat is inside as Molson went with the self-defense mechanism of getting out of the way, even though getting hit by it would have allowed him to go to first. It's 3-1. And the fourth pitch he's seeing here from Luke Carlson is on the way and over the outside corner for a called strike. Make it 3-2. Carlson wears uniform number 21. He's a sophomore from Greenville, Illinois, and Greenville High School, and he just lost Molson with ball 4 low. The leadoff man is on base for the Maple Leafs. That'll bring Goshen's leading hitter to the plate in terms of batting average. Ben Longacre came into the Twin Bill batting at .356 on the season. In the first game, he was 1 for 4, but that one, well, it was a single. So his batting average went down a little bit, but not a whole lot. Right-handed batter faces left-handed pitcher, and the first pitch is up high for ball number 1. Mitchell Wilson, the left fielder, is followed by Peyton Smith, the designated hitter, as the inning rolls along after Longacre. The 1-0 paints the outside corner for strike number 1, and it's a left-handed pitcher for the Trojans for the first time all day, which, just the point of order, means everything breaks sort of the opposite direction from what you're expecting from a right-hander. The 1-1 to Longacre's fouled off to the right side. I want to take a minute while we've got one to say hi to a couple of people that have chimed in from other places. Laura Hoover, the newly minted voice of the Gary South Shore Railcats in the American Association of Independent Professional Baseball, watching from the region this Saturday afternoon. Also, Alicia Daniel, the mother of our starting pitcher, checking in from Cayuga, Texas, as Longacre takes the 1-2 inside, and the count is 2 balls and 2 strikes. Longacre hails from Bartow, Pennsylvania, which is not anywhere close to either of the other 2 locations I just mentioned, but his, I want to say his uncle Kyle, I know Kyle played for the Maple Leafs. I want to say he's Ben's uncle, and the team that won conference championship and a district championship back when districts were a thing in the NAIA in 1994 and 1995. Those are the only 2 Maple Leaf teams to go to the NAIA area competition, which is about the same level in terms of tournament structure of what would now be an opening round. The winner from the area competition went on to nationals. Ben cuts off the story with a ground ball down the third base line. He just cut it off with a foul ball. That was rude. I mean, I don't really care that's going to happen, and Ben's not, pleasant human being. Not rude, just happened to cut off the story, and I didn't segue. 3-2 the count, nobody out. We're in the bottom half of inning number 1, which is where Goshen scored 2 of its first 3 runs in the first game. And it would make sense, I think, the first inning sees a lot of run scoring because by definition you always have the top of your order up in the first inning. 3-2 the count to Longacre as Carlson misses inside for ball 4. There are 2 on and nobody out. It's going to bring Mitchell Wilson to the plate. The left fielder started off 2 for 4, scored the winning run in game 1. Also hit a double. Those things very much related because his double put him on base to score the winning run. Senior infielder from McMillan, Michigan, and Muskegon Community College. He's listed as an infielder, but he's playing left field. And time is called as the Taylor pitching coach is going to head out to the mound and discuss the State of the Union or dinner reservations or maybe even pitching with Luke Carlson. Of course, Bull Durham gave all of us this great idea that they go out to the mound and they talk about things other than baseball. The great story is that Earl Weaver, the Orioles manager of the 60s and 70s, sent his pitching coach out to tell the pitcher to throw strikes, and the pitcher figures out that he's coming. So Ray Miller was the pitching coach, would go on to manage the Minnesota Twins before Tom Kelly took over in the 80s. Goes out, and the pitcher says, "What, Earl sent you out here to throw strikes, or tell me to throw strikes?" And Miller responds, "No, I just came out to let you know your fly was open." We'll never know exactly what was going on in that Taylor conversation, but it's been broken up. And we will get back to baseball and direct our attention to other regions of the body that are not covered by zippers. Wilson, we already said, was 2 for 4. See, the problem with having a conference on the mound is you go through that good bit of material right off the bat. He's a .314 hitter this year coming in. He's 18 for 55 now, and he swings at a pitch across the letters for strike 1. Following Wilson is Peyton Smith. And then it would be Nate Lang who had the walk-off hit in the opener as an excuse-me swing pops a ball over to the right side and foul out of play. No balls, 2 strikes, nobody out, bottom of the first. Because the first game ended in 7 innings, we will play a 9-inning contest here in the conference finale, the conference series finale. Because it is the finale and Taylor's not scheduled to make another trip here this year, if for whatever reason this game gets called, darkness probably being the most likely reasons, given that I literally do not see a cloud in the sky right now. The game would stand at whatever point it is. We wouldn't have to come back and finish it. That just about came into play when Spring Arbor and Bethel played 17 innings over at Jenkins Stadium a couple of years ago. They were later in the season, so what I'm saying is I don't think we have time to play 17 innings. But if it had gotten dark on them in the final game of the conference series, it would have stood as a tie. 0-2 the count to Wilson, with Carlson working out of the stretch. He checks the runner at second. Now he comes home, and the pitch is lined straight back toward me. 0-2. Carlson already at 16 pitches, and he hasn't gotten an out. Colton Daniel, by comparison, used 5 in the first inning. Colby comes in to get behind Mawson at second base. The 0-2 pitch is inside for ball 1. Maple Leafs in their home white uniforms today, white all the way down with the exception of some purple numerals and lettering and some black piping down the side. Black hats for the Maple Leafs. The 1-2 on the way is swung on and popped foul down the right field line, out of play. One ball and 2 strikes to Wilson. Talked about it earlier in the context of a 7-inning game. In a 9-inning game, you're not really looking at a complete game. You're going to get to the bullpen at some point. The 2-2 is grounded over to third base. Bass will take it to third himself, thinks about throwing across the diamond, doesn't do it. So it's just a fielder's choice. Mawson forced out 5 unassisted at third if you're scoring at home. And it'll bring Smith to the plate with 2 on and 1 out.
Now batting for Goshen, number 45, Peyton Smith.
No hits yet for the Maple Leafs. 2 walks and a fielder's choice to the first 3 batters. Smith shoulders his bat on his right shoulder. And the first pitch from Carlson swung on, popped up right side. Backing up his Fields, he's going to get called off by his second baseman, Colby, who has to sort of reach back behind him to make the catch. But it's the second out of the inning. And it's going to bring Nate Lang to the plate.
Now batting for Goshen, number 32, Nate Lang.
The Maple Leaf freshman from Ludington, Michigan, and Ludington High School, which, if you've been following the Maple Leafs for a while, you know we talked about Ludington High School because Blake Collins, the Maple Leaf former starter, went there. Also a product of, on the mitten, it's over on the pinky side, up along the Lake Michigan coast, about halfway up the state. As the first pitch from Carlson was up in the vicinity of Traverse City, that is really high, ball 1. Lang had the base hit back up the middle and got tackled by Colby Mawson between first and second base after he ended game 1 in the 7th inning about 45 minutes ago. Swings and misses at strike 1 here. In the first game, he was 3 for 4, drove in 3 of the 4 runs, had a double in the first inning as well, and he scored the 1 run he didn't drive in. So a pretty important cog in the Maple Leaf offense. 23rd pitch of the day coming from Carlson here, the 1-1, swung on and missed for strike 2. As I was starting to talk about before that ball got put into play, something the Maple Leafs are doing very well here in the first inning is make Carlson use the bullets early. He's thrown 2 dozen pitches here as this one comes down the pike. You figure about a 100-pitch outing. He's almost a quarter of the way there, and he hasn't gotten out of the first inning yet. The 1-2 rather is inside as Lang ducks out of the way of it. Ball 2. decent crowd gathering around Sarge Yoder Field on a Saturday afternoon, and really hard to blame them. It's on the chilly side, but it's a beautiful day, and a swing and a miss from Lang strikes him out, and the inning is over. So Goshen does not score. They do not get a hit, but they leave 2 men aboard at the end of an inning. It's Goshen nothing, Taylor nothing on Go Leafs Live.
Now batting for the Trojans, number
Welcome back
5,
to the Sarge, where Connor
Crawford.
Crawford's going to lead off the top of the second for Taylor. He's followed by Ben Calbaugh and Cade Vandermolen on a 43-degree Saturday afternoon here on the first weekend of the Crossroads League regular season. Goshen will be back in the same friendly confines next Friday and Saturday as they take on the longest tenured coach in the league, Mike Frame, at Huntington University. That's a 3 o'clock doubleheader on 3 o'clock single game on Friday, rather. A 1 o'clock doubleheader on Saturday. Ball one up high from Daniel to Crawford, who was 5 for 5 Friday in the opener. The 1-0 pitch is swung on and popped up the elevator shaft. Andrews is working over to the right. He discards the mask and makes the catch. Not in the mask, mind you. That would be a bit of a faux pas. It would give the batter a triple. And 7 pitches have gotten Daniel 4 outs.
Now batting for the Trojans, number 34, Ben Calbaugh.
Calbaugh steps into the batter's box now. The catcher was 1 for 3 with a walk and an RBI in the opener. He also had 7 putouts, but that's to be expected because the catcher gets the putout on a strikeout. He swings and misses over the pitch from Daniel, who's given up, I think, 1 hit in his past 7 innings. There's a reason they moved him from the relief role into the starting role. It's because he's been effective. Now the 0-1 on the way to Calbaugh, swung on and foul tipped, strike 2. Evans went 6 innings in the opener. Molson threw an inning but 33 pitches, so you got to figure they're unavailable. And they pretty well fried both Cade Gorman and Kyle Stelgrave on Thursday. The 0-2 swung on and missed up above the eyeballs from Calbaugh. He's down on strikes for the second out of the second inning. And it's going to bring Cade Vandermolen, the center fielder, to the plate.
For the Trojans, number 5, Cade Vandermolen.
Vandermolen, right-handed batter, wears number 5, plays center field, and when you do that, well, not the right-handed part, but number 5 in center field, you're going to get the Joe DiMaggio comparisons. He was 2 for 4 in the first game of the doubleheader. Comes into the afternoon, batting at .237, which I think I've cited 4 times now and still don't remember. First pitch to Vandermolen, swung on, popped up to the right side. Coming in is McGuire, Molson working behind him, and McGuire is going to have the ball drop behind him on the first base dirt. So that's an infield single, and one of the challenges with not having any clouds in the sky is it's hard to get a whole lot of perspective up there, because that's about the 3rd sun-aided base hit we've seen this afternoon. So Vandermolen's on. Second hit of the day for Taylor. And Brian Fields, the first baseman, who moves from the 8-hole up into the 7-hole, will come to the plate here in the second inning. Daniel checks the runner at first, and he missed inside, and so far inside did he hit Fields. So now there are 2 on. And Christian McGill steps in.
Christian McGill.
McGill is the left fielder this afternoon. We saw him in a pinch hit role in game number 1, or a pinch running role. This season, McGill bats at .333. Now he's 11 for 34, including that appearance in the middle game of this series. Daniel misses up high for ball 1. 2-1, 2 out, inning number 2. Garcia's in level with the bag at third. Excuse me, that's Camargo this time. As Vandermolen swings and hits one deep to right center. Longacre's backing up as he works toward the 398 side, makes the catch and crashes into the fence about 10 feet from the deepest part of the ballpark. But he made the catch and he hung on, so the inning is over. And, I mean, running into that fence can't feel good, but he just did it. No runs, one hit batter, 2 left on for Taylor in the second, scoreless to the bottom of 2 right here on Go Leafs Live. Camargo, Reeves, and McGuire lead off the bottom of the second inning for the Maple Leafs as they look to get back in front and maybe win the series over Taylor for the second straight year. Posted a sweep last season for the first time since the early 1960s when the two teams were not yet in the same conference. Swing and a miss from Camargo on a pitch that was about 6 inches into the left-handed batter's box puts him behind in the count, no balls and a strike. Saw Camargo in the first game when he came off the bench as he awaits the 0-1 with pitches on the way, swung on and popped up to my right out of play. Camargo bats at .250 on the season while he was 2 for 8 then, and though I was told there would be no math, he's 2 for 9 now. That's .222. 0-2 the count. Pitch is on the way, is up high. He ducks it down and did not get hit in the head. That's about as self-preservationist as you can get on a baseball field, trying not to get hit in the head with a projectile. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Pitch is on the way, missed inside, farther from the head, but still a ball. 2-2. Camargo was the only change in the Maple Leaf defensive lineup. He replaced Bobby Garcia. 2-2 is grounded toward the shortstop position. Looked like it took a bad hop, and Ruschi dropped it. It's going to be an E6, first error of the game on Taylor, as Camargo reaches with nobody out here in the bottom of the second.
Now Maple Leafs, number 31, Char Reeves.
I'll bring Char Reeves to the plate. The right fielder comes up after going 0 for 2 in the opener. He also drew a walk. And he drew a walk and did something, and my brain just went blank again. Pickoff throw to first. Camargo dives back in safely, and that whole bit about laundry detergent manufacturers getting happy. First pitch on the way to Reeves misses low and outside. The Westlake High School product from Atlanta. Isn't Westlake like a musical group or something? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Through a pickoff throw over to the dirt, or the first, it's in the dirt. I think I'm thinking of Westlife. Yeah, that was one of the better connections that my brain makes that comes out because, well, we've done laundry detergent, we've done Earl Weaver stories, and it's the second inning. Reeves fights off a pitch on the inside corner. It's a ball and a strike. After Reeves, it'll be Cody McGuire and Gage Andrews before the lineup flips over. The 1-1 pitch is hit on the ground. It's booted by the first base or the third baseman Bass, who's not able to make the play. It's going to go as an infield single though because he was playing in and didn't have time to react to it.
Now batting for the Maple Leafs.
And we have runners on first and
Cody
second
McGuire.
for Cody McGuire. Speaking of third baseman, although McGuire, a natural third baseman, playing at first for the Maple Leafs. The Portage, Indiana product, where he was Portage High School was the Indians, and this gets confusing because there were two different sets of Indians in the Duneland Conference. Lake Central was the Blue Indians, and Portage was the Red Indians, and I'm told that calling games between these two schools got extremely confusing. Kind of glad I never did it. Part of me wishes I had, so I could, been there, done that, got the T-shirt. 2-1, nobody out for McGuire. That incidentally was Goshen's first hit of the ball game, although it's their fourth base runner here in the bottom of the second. McGuire thought about swinging. They're going to check with the umpire who is positioned over at second. And they said that McGuire did not go around, which appeared from up here to be the right answer. Not that I'm a completely objective observer, but he went like a third of the way around. Outfield gives McGuire some respect with the wind blowing out this afternoon. Now Carlson steps back off the rubber. Now he's set, working from the third base side. Has the sign. Checks the runner at second. Comes home, and McGuire fouls one back. If you are scoring along with us on this video stream, first of all, I salute your dedication. Second of all, I note that McGuire's name has always kind of annoyed me because it's not spelled the same as Mark McGuire's last name. Cody has a U in that fourth letter spot where Mark McGuire had a W. 1-2 the count, and the pitch on the way to McGuire, however you spell it, is up in the air toward right field. Crawford's moving toward his right, Vandermolen's moving toward his left, and we have a conga line going around the bases. McGuire's into second base, the throw comes in the third where Reeves is going to stop, and Camargo comes in to score. It's a double for the Maple Leafs, who have two runners in scoring position and a 1-0 lead. So 2-1 and nobody out, and Gage Andrews, the catcher, steps into the plate, the batter's box. We're going to get time called on the field as Taylor head coach Kyle Gold heads out to discuss the State of the Union, and I think we have seen the last of Carlson, as they will summon somebody out of the bullpen. When I get a number, I'll tell you who it is. It's number 18. That is Alec Holcomb, as we've got dueling 18s on the mound. That's Colton Daniels, number 2. Holcomb in, Carlson out. Goshen up 1-0 here in the second. There are 2 on. There's nobody out. And we'll tell you about the new pitcher right after this on Go Leafs Live. Alec Holcomb will do the pitching for Taylor as we are in the top half of inning number 2. Luke Carlson goes 1 inning plus 3 batters. He's down after 2 hits, 2 walks, and a strikeout, but he's responsible for both runners on base. And he has been credited, well, he's given up 1 run here in the second inning, although I believe that was the unearned run. Gage Andrews, the right-handed batting catcher, steps to the plate with 2 on and nobody out, and his first pitch is outside for ball number 1. Holcomb is, he's actually on the stat sheet, which is an improvement from Carlson, who is making his first appearance of the year. Holcomb making his 6th appearance with an ERA north of 6 at 6.08. In 13 innings, opponents hit 271 off of him, and Andrews foul tips 1 back for a ball and a strike. Holcomb is 1-0 in those 13 innings. He's given up 13 hits, 9 runs, 10 walks, and 14 strikeouts. Also had 2 wild pitches and a hit batter. Now the 1-1 on the way to Andrews is popped up to the right side over toward the Taylor seating area, out of play. A ball and 2 strikes. Andrews is making, I think, his 4th start of the season here. He was 0 for 1 in the opener and then got pinch hit for later in the game. The 1-2 on the way here is fouled off to the right side, out of play. Runners take their leads. It's Molson will follow Andrews one way or the other. This one's dribbles out in front of the plate. Catcher fields it and throws on to first. Cowball to Fields. Andrews is retired, and the runners have to hold. So Colby Molson steps in. Molson reached on a walk in the first inning and was stranded on base. The second baseman from Central Indiana bats right-handed against now the right-handed throwing Holcomb. First pitch to Molson paints the outside corner, strike 1. I have no idea, incidentally, if Alec Holcomb is related to Indiana Governor Eric Holcomb, but he, too, is from Central Indiana. 0-1, they count on Molson, who waits for the second pitch of the at-bat and takes it high for ball 1. Molson can keep the line moving. It'll be Longacre to follow him with the count leveled here. And the 1-1 pitch is on the way. Missed outside, ball 2. Probably a bit on the low side as well. But at any rate, it was ball 2. Now the 2-1 pitch coming down the pike. They're not really holding the wire on second at all, and the 2-1 is well outside for ball 3. Molson a pitch away from loading the bases with one of Goshen's hotter hitters coming to the plate. The 3-1 pitch is in the dirt, ball 4, and he has loaded the bases. So they go to Holcomb, and he lets the second man he faces on the base paths. Longacre pauses before he steps in the batter's box, looks down to Doug Wellenreiter in the third base coach's box. Brad Stolzfus in the box at first for Goshen today. Well, he's coaching at first base. I don't actually see a box down there in either section of foul ground. The softball rulebook, incidentally, not only specifies that you get one base coach, but that you have to have one at first and one at third. You can't put them both in the same box. As Longacre swings and misses, and the count runs to 0-1. Ben drew a walk in the first inning. He is 1 for 4 on the afternoon. I think 2 for 8 for the series. And bats .356 for the season. Bases loaded, 1 away in the bottom of the second. The 0-1 pitch is on the outside corner. I think he was hoping that was going to tail outside, and it did not. And he's in an 0-2 hole. Corner infielders are in level with the cut of the grass in either direction, although I don't think of Longacre as a bunting threat. The 0-2 pitch on the way is low and outside, as Cowboy had to block it behind the left-handed batter's box. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Again, base is juiced and 1 away. Outfield is deep enough that I have to think anything hit to them probably scores a run. From the stretch, here's the pitch and a swing and a miss at ball 2, and Longacre is down on strikes.
Now batting for the Maple Leafs, number 8, Mitchell Wilson.
So 2 down now for Mitchell Wilson, who reached on a fielder's choice his first time up. Honestly, getting out of this inning, giving up just 1 run would be a huge momentum builder here for Taylor, as they've given up 2 hits and 3 walks, to say nothing of the error in the first 2 innings, and they're down just 1-0. First pitch to Wilson is fouled back into the screen, up into that brilliant blue sky. And it's no balls, 1 strike to the Maple Leaf left fielder. Holcomb now at 15 pitches after the starter Carlson threw, I want to say, 37. So 52 pitches seen by the Maple Leafs through not quite 2 innings of work. The 0-1 is on the outside corner, swung on and missed strike 2. If Wilson can keep the line moving, designated hitter Peyton Smith would come up. I guess Smith will come up anyway. It's just a matter of which inning he does it in. And the 0-2 pitch coming here from Holcomb. He is grounded to short. It is taken on the short hop by Ruschi. He makes the toss over to Colby for the fielder's choice. And the inning comes to a close for Goshen. A run on 2 hits, but they leave the bases loaded, and we go to the third with the Maple Leafs up 1-0 on Go Leafs Live. Tanner Colby is the last Trojan to get his first at bat of the day, as he's in the 9-hole here, starting off the top half of inning number 3 against Colton Daniel. He takes ball 1 high, as Daniel has missed the strike zone for just the 5th time in 2+ innings. As we get started here in the third, again, Goshen leading 1-0 in Game 3 of this Crossroads League series. Daniel from the stretch works in, got the sign, and he comes home, and he hits the inside corner at the knees for strike 1. Colby did not appear in Game 1 on the season. Or I should say he did not appear at the plate. He did come in as a defensive replacement. He's 5 for 17, which is .294 this season, and he fouls the 1-1 pitch off to the left side, and it's 1-2, and I suspect that's going to be run down by Maple Leaf infielder Gabe Kermode. Actually, it looked like Tyler Anderson going to get the errant baseball. 1-2 the count to Colby. Left-handed batter facing right-handed pitcher, and the pitch is on the way. It's got the corner, but it's well low for ball 2. So Colby batting almost at 300. After him, the lineup flips over for Rushi, Dutkowski, and Bass if the inning survives that long. Rushi has one of Taylor's 2 hits thus far. Each side's got 2 hits, and the Trojans have an error. The 2-2 is hit on the ground to shortstop. It's taken by Lang, who makes the throw to first, and Colby is out number 1 here in inning number 3. So that will bring Rushi, number 3, to the plate, the shortstop for the Trojans.
Taylor, number 3, Nick Rushi.
Rushi singled to center to get the game started and was then promptly doubled up on a ground ball to shortstop. Rushi hit 355 coming into the day. He was 2 for 3 in the opener, so that figure's only gone up. First pitch he sees is bunted foul over toward the Ocean's dugout, and counts no balls and a strike. What he no longer has here is the element of surprise because he was trying to catch the Maple Leaf defense sort of napping there. They've already got Camargo in level with the bases at third, and the other infielders are back, but, well, he's not going to try to drop a ball to the second baseman now, is he? No, he's clearly going down the third base line there. Left-handed batter, right-handed pitcher, and the 0-1 pitch on the way is a strike at the knees. Oh, 0-2 the count. And Daniel's going to come home here, and the 0-2 pitch misses up high. Missed the strike zone, but again, not entirely a wasted pitch because it was close enough that Rushi thought about swinging at it, and had he swung, he was at best making weak contact. Now the 1-2 on the way from the Texan hurler is swung on, grounded back up the middle. It hits off the mound, and Lang can't quite get to it. I think the mound slowed it down a little bit. It would have been a single into center field anyway. And Rushi's on with a 1-out base hit, his second of the afternoon. Well, his fourth of the afternoon, his second here in Game 2.
The Trojans, number 14, Matt Dutkowski.
I'm going to bring Matt Dutkowski to the plate. The designated hitter grounded into a double play his last time up, so he is, not only is he 0 for 1, he's kind of -1 for 1 because he took somebody off the base paths. Now he takes a strike over the outside corner as that one broke in at the last second from Daniel, who just mentioned hails from Texas, Cayuga, Texas, and Cayuga High School, to be specific. Certainly has been around Goshen long enough to appreciate that sometimes the mid-40s is all you're going to get. No balls and a strike, swung on and missed. Dutkowski's in an 0-2 hole. I'm looking at my computer, and I'm like, why did strike 2 not magically appear? Well, I have to tell it, strike 2. We have not mastered clairvoyance yet. Get on this, programmer people. 0-2 the count to Dutkowski. He swings and misses. Now the throw from Andrews down to second base, and Lang tangs out Rushi for the inning-ending double play. So Dutkowski is now -2 for 2 if that scoring worked. It doesn't really work like that, but the inning is over anyway. Strike him out, throw him out, double play gets Daniel through 3 innings on 26 pitches. It's Goshen 1, Taylor nothing on Go Leafs Live. Peyton Smith will lead things off for the Maple Leafs, who send the middle third of their order to the plate here against Alec Holcomb in the bottom of the third. Smith, Lang, and Camargo, and Smith swings and lines one just fouled on the left field line. Had double written all over it except for the fact that it wasn't a fair ball. Smith is 0 for 1 today. He popped out to second his first time up. That was against Luke Carlson, who got the start and didn't make it out of the second inning. But it's just 1-0. The 0-1 pitch on the way is in the dirt, a ball and a strike now to Smith, who hit .650 in his state tournament run as a senior, leading Daleville to a Class 1A state championship. That's 19 hits and 30 at-bats they were there about. 1-1, the count to the freshman infielder. Now Holcomb comes home, swung on and popped up foul the other direction. Well, if you average out Smith's 2 contacts in this plate appearance, he's made decent contact straight back up the middle. Because he made really good contact, foul to the left side, and he made okay contact, foul to the right side. 1-2 is the count because, the game doesn't actually work like that. And this one is foul. Dang it, the tarp cover is on, so the ball can't end up in the tarp cylinder. That one bounced over the end of the tarp. And it's a ball and 2 strikes, and we've got to run more balls out to the umpire because Peyton Smith is hitting them everywhere except on the field. So 1-2 is the count. Holcomb is at 21 pitches, and that's in relief here in the third inning. The 1-2 on the way is swung on and looped over toward the first baseman Fields. It's going to elude him over to the right, and that looks like a line drive in the box score, and it's a base hit for the designated hitter. A little duck snort off the bat, kind of squirted past Fields like it was cheese coming out of a can over towards the second base side of first base. I don't want to know where Easy Cheese came from. Well, it comes out of the can, but I don't want to know where it comes from before that. And I don't really want to know how that ball missed the infielder, but Smith's on base anyway, and he's not asking a whole lot of questions. So Nate Lang, the shortstop, comes to the plate. He was 3 for 4 in game 1, struck out swinging in his first at bat, and he took a ball low there. 1-0 the count. Second pitch he's about to see from Holcomb is on the way, and that one missed low, and he didn't start swinging. 2-0. After Lang will be Daniel Camargo, who hopes he's hitting with 2 men on base. Holcomb comes set, and the pitch is swung on and popped up middle. Ruschi and Colby going back. Ruschi's chasing it out into shallow center field, and once again the ball drops. Vandermolen picks it up in shallow center. Lang is on with his 4th hit of the day. It's Goshen's 4th hit of game 2.
Now batting for Goshen, number 33, Daniel Camargo.
And Daniel Camargo steps into the batter's box. And it's just been brought to my attention, as you may have heard in the background, that that's about the 4th ball Taylor's lost in the sun today, and this is a team that's nationally ranked in the top 25. But I think a lot of that comes from, one, it's hard to read the sky when there are literally no clouds up there, and 2, the reality is that a lot of the preseason poll at this point comes from what you did last year, when Taylor did host an opening round pod in the NAIA National Tournament and the Crossroads League Tournament, the entire thing. First pitch to Camargo was swung on and roped into left field, and that's slightly farther foul than Peyton Smith's would-be double was, but it was also hit harder. It actually hit the fence twice, kicked off the sidewall, and then rolled over underneath the 330 sign. But that would have played at 1 run and maybe 2. Actually, probably just 1. I think that was probably hit too hard, and McGill would have gotten to it before Lang was able to score from first. But that's all hypothetical anyway. Holcomb's 27th pitch of the game about to come down the pike here as he steps off the mound. Why is it that right when I say somebody is about to pitch, they step off the mound? That's happened like 3 times today. Holcomb from the set position, and now Camargo steps out. I have to remind you folks that we are eventually going to have to throw this pitch. Holcomb comes set for the 3rd time with the count on 1. Now he comes home, and Camargo takes a strike on the inside corner. We are scheduled for 9 here in the final game of the conference series. It's 3:26 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, according to the stats computer. So we've got a little less than 3 hours until it gets dark. And the 0-2 on the way to Camargo is swung on and grounded over toward third. Picked up behind the bag by Bass. He throws over to first, and they get Camargo to turn the double play. Smith out at third, Lang takes second, and the batter will be Char Reeves, who comes up with just one man on here in the bottom of inning number 3.
Now batting for Goshen, number 31, Char Reeves.
Reeves singled to third his first time up, beat out a throw from the third baseman. In the first game today, again, he was 0 for 3. So he's 1 for 4 on the afternoon now. Left-handed batter facing right-handed pitcher. Strike on the outside corner. No balls and 1 strike. The Atlanta product faces Holcomb, who's from Wakarusa, Indiana, and went to Northwood. So one of these folks went about 12 hours to play their college baseball, and the other one went about 20 minutes. And the 0-1 is swung on and fouled off to the left side, and that's going to land in the batting cage. 0-2, the count now to Reeves. If he keeps the inning alive, we'll hear the Goofy Goober rock as Cody McGuire comes to the plate, which I suppose, again, will happen either here in the third or it'll just get carried over to the fourth, with Goshen leading right now 1-0. Or 1-0 if this were a soccer game. Anyway, 1-2 to Reeves is, or 0-2 to Reeves is lined over into the bullpen. That is foul, and the count stays 0-2. I tell you, man, if the Maple Leafs had had the contact in fair territory they've had over into that left field corner and foul ground, this game would be blown far farther open than 1-0. Because they've had 2 doubles and probably a single there that have just ended up on the wrong side of that white line. Although that one was probably a good 40 feet foul, it was a rocket. The 0-2 to Reeves is swung on and fouled back into the screen. That was also solid contact. Holcomb at 32 pitches, now in an inning plus. He came in with 2 outs in the second. Now there were 2 outs in the third. Lang gets his leadoff second. With 2 outs, he'll be moving on contact on anything in the air, so a single probably doubles the lead. Holcomb checks the runner at second. Reeves swings and misses. The ball's in the dirt, so they're going to have to throw him out at first. And they do. Cowball retires the runner for catcher to first base, and the inning is over. Goshen does not score despite a pair of hits in the inning, and we go to the fourth. It's Goshen 1, Taylor nothing on Go Leafs Live.
TJ Bass.
TJ Bass will lead off the top half of the fourth for Taylor University, which trails Goshen by a run to nil here in the top of the fourth. I told you I was going to do that at some point. And ball one low and away from Colton Daniel, who got Bass to pop out behind home plate in the first inning. I believe that ended the inning, as he set him down in three batters, although not 1, 2, 3. There was double play involved. Missing just inside was Daniel there, and the count is 2-0. Infield playing back all the way around, which makes total sense with the number 3 hitter up and nobody on base. The 2-0. I mean, Daniel hasn't missed by much on any of these pitches, but he's behind 3-0. Now the fourth pitch of the at-bat on the way here in a moment. That one did miss by a little bit more, and it's ball 4 as Bass is on with the leadoff walk.
Now batting for Taylor.
So that'll bring Connor Crawford to the plate, who popped up in the second inning. And Crawford, if you weren't with us on Thursday or earlier this afternoon, has had like 7 hits in this series. He was 5 for 5 in the opener, which Taylor out-hit Goshen 17-5 and won 10-3. The Maple Leafs, in fact, have almost as many hits through 3 innings here in Game 3 as they did in the entirety of Game 1, which was a 9-inning affair. This one's also a 9-inning contest because we did not go extra innings in Game 2, although it looked for a while like we were. Taylor tied it in the top of the 7th, but then Goshen walked off in the bottom of the inning, and the 1-0 on the way to Crawford swung on and missed for strike 2. Strike 1. Why did I just say strike 2? I don't know. Ball and strike. And the pitch is well inside for ball 2. So the count's 2-1. The tying runs on first. The go-ahead runs at the plate, and the 2-1 is swung on and hit off the limestone barrier behind the plate. I could feel it because it's right in front of me, and that one now almost rolls back to the foul line. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Bass the runner at first. Cowball's in the on-deck circle. And Daniel would love to get an out here, if not more than a 1. He missed low with ball 3, and you could see Andrews kind of hold it there for a second, trying to get that third strike call from the plate umpire, but he was not successful in that endeavor. So the count runs full. And the payoff pitch is outside for ball 4. Well, the good news for the Maple Leafs is that Daniel's a ground ball pitcher, and there are now 3 places they can get the force play with the catcher running. The bad news is that means there were 2 runners on base in a 1-run game here in the top of the 4th. Cowboy struck out swinging his first time up. Scoreboard update from Illinois. The Maple Leaf men's volleyball team wins a program record 5th consecutive match, 25-18, 25-19, 25-17 over Judson University. So the Maple Leafs improved to 15-6 as they hit the road for a tournament at Siena Heights next weekend. Cowboy shows bunt and pulls it back. Daniel misses outside for ball number 1. And if the Maple Leafs, I mean, there's a nationally ranked foe waiting there in Cardinal Stritch, but Goshen sweeps that, they'd come home to get back into conference play with a mark of 18-6. Or even if they lose that, they're still 15-9, which is pretty decent for a second-year program. I mean, even if they lose all 3 matches, and I don't think they'll be favored to do that by any sense of the word. A ball and a strike, as that one caught the corner. After Cowball, barring a triple play, it'd be... Did something just beep? Okay, I have no idea where that came from. Okay, we had time called on the field to deal with that bizarre beeping noise. And the count is a ball and a strike. Now Cowboy shows bunt, lays it down the line. McGuire's going to make the throw to third and get Bass the lead runner. So no sacrifice. It's 3-5 on the fielder's choice. And there is one out in the inning.
Now batting for Taylor, number 5, Cade Vandermolen.
And we're going to get a courtesy runner for Cowboy in the box for over at first base, which is, of course, going to bring up the next step of trying to figure out who on earth that courtesy runner is. It's 12 again. Okay, it is Jonathan Foster, just like it was in that first game. Although Daniel would like to make that irrelevant by, just not letting him go anywhere. Strike on the inside corner. 0-1 the count now to Vandermolen, who singled to first in his first plate appearance. Now the 0-1 pitch is well outside. Good job getting over and blocking it by Andrews, the, I believe, Michigan product. Andrews from Gaylord, Michigan, and Muskegon Community College. One and one the count, with 2 on and 1 away. Daniel looks back at second. Now he comes set, comes home. Catches the outside corner, strike 2. One ball and 2 strikes. Double play ball at the right person could end the inning. And the 1-2 on the way, swung on and hit in the air. Well, that's not a good sign for a double play. McGuire's pursuing it. He's halfway up the fence in front of the Taylor dugout, and the ball is well over his head. Of course, first base coach Brad Stoltzfus once flipped completely over that fence to make a catch, but for those of you that saw Brad Stoltzfus play, you know that some of the things that Mr. Stoltzfus did on the field, while they were certainly convenient, are perhaps recommended only for expert baseball players. 1-2, the count to Vandermolen, and that one misses well high. In fact, head coach Alex Childers, who's in his 9th season, has talked about Stoltzfus being one of his favorite players that he's ever coached. Now the 2-2 on the way. That one's well high, ball 3. So the count is full. Force play at any base besides the plate. On the grounder. Daniel's 44th pitch of the afternoon is up and in, ball 4. And they're loaded for Fields, the first baseman.
Now batting for Taylor, number 33, Brian Fields.
Time is called, and head baseball coach, or not head baseball coach, but pitching coach Justin Grubbs is going to go out to the mound and commence a conversation with his relief ace turned starter. And it occurs to me that this is not the first time that Taylor head coach Kyle Gold has seen Justin Grubbs head somewhere and initiate a conversation. In fact, the two men were in one another's wedding after their college playing days crossed paths. They're perhaps not on the greatest of terms anymore as conference rivals. But that conversation breaks up. And Fields will step into the batter's box. I believe that was the first charged mound visit for the Maple Leafs, so they've got 5 remaining to get them through the last 5 2/3 innings. And Fields, who was hit by a pitch his last time up, could tie the game if he does that again here. I mean, it would hurt, but it would tie the game. One away, bases loaded, right-handed batter faces right-handed pitcher. Strike called on the outside corner. One run on 4 hits for the Maple Leafs, no runs on 3 hits for Taylor University. Daniel comes set, and the 0-1 pitch is on the way. Misses high, ball 1. Now the third pitch of the at-bat on the way. That one hit the outside corner. Strike 2. Daniel took a no-hitter into the 6th inning, his previous start, but one of the things that I would not be surprised to see from a reliever turned starter is that he's about to get to the 50 pitch mark, and most of his career has comprised shorter outings, or shorter outings have comprised most of his career, I should say, in a Maple Leaf uniform. Everybody gets slightly less effective. As I say that, he strikes out Fields for the second out of the inning.
Now up to bat for the Trojans, number 2, Christian McGill.
Christian McGill, the left fielder who flied out to center field his first time up, steps into the batter's box here. Wears number 2, plays left field and bats 8th. And flied out to center earlier, and none of those things are convenient numerically, which is unfortunate because I like numerical coincidences. Like that scoreboard Yahtzee we talked about earlier, if you were paying attention. First pitch on the way to McGill is up high, ball 1. Want to know the count now to McGill. Daniel exactly on 50 pitches, 22 balls and 28 strikes. The 1-0 pitch is on the way, is up high, ball 2. In a 9-inning game, he's got to go 5 innings to qualify for the win, and the unfortunate thing is that, well, he's the sort of person you'd look to in relief of your starter if you can't go directly to Molson the closer, and Molson the closer pitched in game 1, and you can see how the puzzle pieces are not really fitting together. 2-0, and here's the count. The pitch is on the way. That one painted the inside corner on the letters for strike 1. After McGill, it would be Colby if the inning stays alive, and if the inning stays alive, there's at least 1 run, or the would be showing on the scoreboard out there in left field. 2-1 the count as Daniel comes home and paints the knees with strike 2. Now we have a lot of 2s on the scoreboard because number 2 is batting. There are 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs, but it's the 4th inning, which I guess is 2 times 2, or 2 plus 2, or 2 to the second power. And if I've lost you, well, I don't think you're alone. Daniel comes set, and the 2-2 pitch, as he checks the runner on third, is swung on and hit in the air to shallow left field. Charging is Char Reeves. He's not going to get there, and then he overruns the baseball. Coming in to score is Foster, and Taylor puts another 2 up there as they take a 2-1 lead on their 4th hit of the afternoon. So 2 runs, come in to score. Vandermolen moves over to third. It is just a single for McGill. And that will bring Colby, the second baseman, to the plate.
Now batting for Taylor, number 17, Tanner Colby.
Colby is 0 for 1 today. He grounded out to short, leaving off the 3rd inning. And Daniel would kind of like just to get out of this inning, because the reality is there's a little bit of a feeling of you're standing out there holding a baseball, you're up 10 inches off the ground, and you're kind of all alone. And this inning has not gone particularly well for Daniel and the Maple Leafs. They've given up 2 runs, and they've given up 2 runs and lost the lead. 0-1 the count to Colby, who swings and misses at strike 2. So Daniel's 1 pitch away from getting out of this inning with men on the corners. It'll be McGuire, Andrews, and Molson due up for Goshen in the bottom of the 4th. And the 0-2 pitch is up high and away for ball one. Talked about some pitches earlier that have been close enough that you could see batters chasing them. I don't think that was one of them. A ball and 2 strikes. He's got the sign and he comes home. Swung on and missed. Strike 3 and the inning is over. But Taylor scores twice and they take the lead. Through 3.5 innings, it's the Trojans 2, the Maple Leafs 1 on Go Leafs Live.
Now batting for Goshen, number 17, Cody McGuire.
Cody McGuire steps to the plate to start the bottom half of inning number 4 as the Maple Leafs now trail Taylor 2-1 and McGuire takes high for ball 1. As he doubled to right center in his first at bat in the second inning. I believe that's the one I described as a conga line that drove in the Maple Leafs 2 runs. Or for 1 run, I should say. They held the trail runner at third because, well, he was kind of close to the lead runner. Because it fell over there with nobody really looking at it. A ball and a strike to McGuire. That was behind him. And the first thing it hit was the pad behind the plate. And you can see the ball halfway back out there to the mound. Two balls and a strike from Holcomb to McGuire. Now the pitch on the way, and McGuire swings and misses. It's 2-2. After Cody, Gage Andrews will step to the plate as the catcher. And then the lineup will roll over back to Colby Molson at second base. The 2-2 pitch on the way, and McGuire swings and hits one on the ground over to third. It's taken on an in-between hop by Bass. Throw across the diamond field, stretches, makes the catch, and that stretch has always struck me as really uncomfortable. But I guess if you're a first baseman, you get used to it. And there is one away here in the bottom of the 4th.
Now up to bat for Goshen, number 20, Gage Andrews.
Gage Andrews steps to the plate, the catcher out of Gaylord, Michigan, and Muskegon High School. Or Muskegon Community College, excuse me. He is 0 for 1 here in the second game of the doubleheader. He grounded out to the catcher in the second inning. He was 0 for something in his first game. He was 0 for 1. Swings and fouls that one into the Taylor dugout. It snuck in there between the fence and the dugout itself. 0-2. Andrews not making himself any friends in the traveling purple uniforms. Friends in the traveling purple uniform seems like it should be a children's book or something. Catches this one off the end of the bat. It's a pop-up that's taken by Fields over at first base. And the friends in the traveling purple uniforms have 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th.
Now batting for Goshen,
Colby Molson steps in. Molson is 0 for 0 with 2 walks. He is halfway to the front cover of the Beatles' Abbey Road album. First pitch is a strike on the inside corner, because the cover of that album had 4 people walking across the crosswalk. That's the joke. I'm explaining my jokes now. 0-1 the count to Molson. Here's the pitch in the dirt, ball 1. Bass is in on the grass at third. And the 1-1 pitch is coming here in a moment. It's a strike on the outside corner. Molson looking to keep things alive for Longacre, who's 0 for 1 with a walk. Goshen has 3 walks on the day, and Molson and Longacre have all of them, and he takes ball 2 outside. And for the second consecutive half inning, we have number 2 up with the 2-2 count and 2 outs. And if Molson parks one in the parking lot, the score of the game would be 2-2. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Well, that was not the outcome he was hoping for, but it gets us through 4 innings. No runs on no hits for the Maple Leafs. We go to the 5th. Taylor 2, Goshen 1 on Go Leafs Live. Nick Ruschi leads off the top half of the 5th for Taylor University. They lead Goshen by a count of 2-1 here on this sunny Saturday afternoon. It's a springtime Saturday afternoon. I'm trying to figure out how to say afternoon in a way that starts with S. The Maple Leafs are going to overshift him. They put Molson over in short right field, and trying to see as the shortstop Lang back behind second base. So that leaves Camargo as the only person on the left side of the infield. First pitch to Ruschi missed outside for ball 1, where he could have taken that the other way if he were so inclined. Second pitch misses low, ball 2. Again, Taylor did all of its damage in the 4th inning when they scored twice to flip a 1-0 deficit into a 2-1 lead. Now the 2-0 is a half swing and a full strike on the outside corner. Ruschi 2 for 2 with 2 singles to center. Now the 2-1 on the way. He squares the bunt and drops it down the third base line, which is exactly how you beat that shift. It rolls foul, and Camargo shovels it over toward the dugout, making it really foul. 2-2. Got to think the bunt's a little bit less on the table now with 2 strikes, when bunting foul would result in striking out. But left-handed batter against right-handed pitcher with 1 man on the left side of the infield, as Lang is about 3 steps right of center. And again, Molson's in short right field. Certainly playing him to pull. The 2-2 pitch is fouled off to the left side, and we're going to stay 2-2. Haven't seen any action in the Maple Leaf bullpen so far. Holcomb on the Taylor side was the action in the bullpen after the starter, Carlson, did not get out of the second inning. He gave up a lot of base runners, but only has one run to show for it, and now the Trojans are in the lead. This one is poked down the left field line and into the corner where it's going to be cut off by Wilson. Rushi's into second with what could have been a stand-up double. He slid, so it wasn't a stand-up double, but it wasn't all that close. It's a runner on second and nobody out for Dutkowski. Rushi's 3 for 3. This team can put composite material wood on the baseball, but it's not wood. That's why I said composite material. As we talked about, they've got 10 batters hitting at 333 or better. It means you could make an entire starting lineup out of people who get hits in at least a third of their at-bats, when a third of their at-bats is a pretty good batting average. Dutkowski is 0 for 2 today. He's the one, if you were with us earlier, that has initiated double plays in both of his plate appearances thus far. He has grounded into a double play, and he has struck out swinging and had the batter get thrown out, or had the runners trying to steal get cut down at second base. If he lines one at, say, Lang right now, and he runs in and tags out Rushi, I'm going to be convinced that Dutkowski has some sort of hex upon his bat right now. But the 0-1 pitch misses low for ball one. Northwood High School product, again, is Dutkowski. Taylor's got a couple of those. They've had a pretty decent connection from that school to that metro area over the years, as the 1-1 short hops in and goes back to the screen. It's a wild pitch that's going to move Rushi to third base. So the insurance run now 90 feet away. In fact, as I think about it, Goshen College Director of Tennis Evan Atkinson is both a Northwood High School and Taylor University graduate. So the Maple Leafs have used that connection, I would say, to their advantage. Goshen well above 500 on the men's tennis side, at least the last couple of years. The 2-1 fouled off to the left side, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Following Dutkowski would be TJ Bass and Connor Crawford. And Daniel would like to deal with them with nobody on base. And he missed well outside there, and the count's full. Third time through the order, again, a career reliever on the mound, and they've talked about that third time through the order often is where the pendulum starts to swing back in favor of the offense. Goshen is just starting that third time through the order right now. Swing and a miss, strike 3, Dutkowski goes down. So that's going to bring Bass to the plate. The third baseman has flied out to center and walked as we come up on the midpoint of the game. And we roll across the top of the 4 o'clock hour. So a little bit more than 2 hours to go until sunset. I think we were talking in the office that 6:15 or so is about as late as we can take this today, because daylight saving time, unless you're in the part of Arizona that doesn't observe it, or in Hawaii, kicks in at 2 o'clock tomorrow morning. This is a reminder, thus, to both change your clocks before you go to bed tonight, and if you use this as one of those reasons to update the batteries in your smoke alarms, do that as well. Although I personally am on the side of wait for the thing to start beeping and then replace the battery. 1-0 the count to Bass, who apparently does not need his batteries replaced. Now it's 2-0 as that misses inside. Although we've all seen those bass fish that you hang on the wall that do require the batteries because they start singing when somebody walks by, right? I did not think I was going to get to make that segue today. Or ever. Here's the pitch. Swung on, dribbled foul. Again, Connor Crawford in the on-deck circle over in front of the first base dugout. The right fielder's got 7 hits in this series, but he's 0 for 1 with a walk and a run scored today. 2-1 is the count to Bass, who pops this one up to the right side. There is a single cloud in the sky over in that direction, and McGuire is going to make the catch right underneath it for out number 2.
Now up to bat for the Trojans, Connor Crawford.
2-1 the count. 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 So now there are 2 away, and Crawford comes to the plate. And oh boy, if Daniel could get this out and get out of the inning down a run, wouldn't that be an escape after giving up a leadoff double? The first pitch to Crawford is popped up to the right side. McGuire's working over toward the dugout, but there is a breeze pushing things back in that way, but not nearly enough of one to save that ball. 0-1 the count to Crawford. 5 hits for Taylor, 4 for Goshen, which matches the number of half innings each team has had to bat thus far. Now the 0-1 on the way is swung on and flared over toward first base. McGuire is going to charge. He's got it. He shovels to Daniel, who did a great job of getting over to cover first base. And fundamental baseball pitchers fielding practice pays off for the Maple Leafs in the 5th. Taylor gets a leadoff double, but strands the runner at third. We are halfway home. It's Taylor 2, Goshen 1 on Go Leafs Live. It'll be Longacre, Wilson, and Smith to bat for the Maple Leafs in the bottom of the 5th as we roll on into the second half of Game 3 of this weekend series between Goshen and Taylor. A rubber match that will decide who ties for the top of the conference, assuming there wasn't a sweep in the Bethel Grace doubleheader today, and who starts the season at 1-2. But neither of these teams is going to get swept anyway. Ball 2 to Longacre, who is up 2-0, has walked and struck out on his first 2 plate appearances. Longacre leads the Maple Leafs with 2 home runs on the season, also leads the team in batting average, and he's ahead in the count now, I think 2-1. Yeah, 2-1 the count. As he'll be followed by the number 3 and 4 men in the Maple Leaf lineup. Swings and misses at a pitch that I think was in farther on his hands than he realized. Judging by his reaction, he realized it after he swung. So the Pennsylvania native will step out and knock some dirt off his cleats and do whatever he can to get that swing out of his memory and try to put that on ball here. The 2-2 on the way is off the outside corner, ball 3. Got to think he's top of the lineup, man. Got to think he wants to get the hit, but he's not going to complain about the walk. Accounting business kind of major. Certainly you'll take the productivity however you can get it, and he does, as that one misses outside. Ball 4. So that brings Mitchell Wilson to the plate. The left fielder is 0 for 2. He has reached base on a couple of fielders' choices. And he will try to move Longacre over, maybe drive him in. And an excuse me swing gets the ball back to the mound. Holcomb makes the throw to second. And Wilson's going to reach on a third fielder's choice. So he's 0 for 3 now, but he's reached base all 3 times. And Peyton Smith comes to the plate, which means it's time to do the chicken dance.
Up for Goshen, number 45, Peyton Smith.
If it sounds like I'm infatuated with his walk-up music, it's because I am. And really, how could you not be? And you can hear the, well, I can hear, I don't know how good this microphone is, but we can certainly hear the Maple Leaf crowd clapping along to that song at the appropriate place. First pitch to Smith is up and in for ball one. So Longacre is erased. Wilson at first base is the tying run here in inning number 5. And it's 4 o'clock, which in a couple of hours will be, tomorrow at this time, it'll be 5 o'clock, and we can see the shadow of the press box start creeping out toward home plate. And once that shadow reaches the plate, it's going to be advantage to the pitcher as Wilson lines another double just foul into the left field corner for the second consecutive at bat. So why we started this doubleheader an hour early. I mean the shadows, not the doubling into the left field corner. Because, well, it's going to get dark in the not too distant future, and nobody really wants to end with a tie on their record. Among other things, it messes up the tab stops, but a tie is not as good as a win. Some football coach famously said that if a tie is like kissing your sister, a loss is like kissing your grandma with her teeth out, and, well, that's gross, but I see where he's coming from. 1-2 to Smith, who's 1 for 2 on the day. Holcomb, with his 57th pitch, checks the runner at first, now comes home, and Smith fouls it off to the right side. That one's going to end up rolling just short of the Taylor dugout. Infield back at double play depth, as you'd expect with a runner on first and 1 away. The 1-2 to Smith is swung on and popped foul to the right side, out of play. One of the things that I like about this press box is that we're pretty much right on top of the action behind the plate. One of the things that I don't like about that, though, is we have very little viewing angle off to the sides beyond just what's on the field. As opposed to, say, our softball press box, we can see all the way out across the soccer fields. 1-2 to Smith, who pops this one up back behind the plate, out of play. It's his 4th foul ball of the at-bat. And like we talked about earlier, well, he's making Holcomb throw the baseball. I'll say toward him rather than at him, because the latter would imply that, he was a target or a member of the Houston Astros. Now Smith is going to call time and step out of the batter's box. Now we're ready, and the 1-2 pitch is swung on and grounded up the middle. Rushi's going to charge it. He won't have time to make the throw to second, so he fires to first. He pulls Fields off the bag, but the swipe tag gets Smith for the second out of the inning as Wilson moves into scoring position.
Now for Goshen, number 32, Nate Lang.
Nate Lang will step in as the shortstop. He is 1 for 2 today and 4 for 6 for the doubleheader. He struck out swinging and singled to center. And Wilson would like to think he can score on a runner from, or would like to think he could score on a single to center, as the Trojans are going to intentionally walk Lang to, first of all, not give up a hit to him, but it will also set up the force play at third for Daniel Camargo, as we just about announced Daniel Camargo in unison. Now, Cowball is going to head out to the mound and talk to Holcomb. And Taylor's going to return some of those baseballs that Peyton Smith fouled off in their direction. Again, the NAIA, and in fact the NCAA, has joined them in using no-pitch intentional walks now, so they can just wave Lang to first base, and they don't have to throw the pitches, which is not a bad thing, as Holcomb, or for Holcomb, I should say, because he didn't have to chuck the ball toward the plate 4 times there. He's still at 60 pitches, not 64. Camargo's 0 for 2 today. He reached base on an error and he grounded into a double play. Base hit probably ties the game here. First pitch to Camargo bounces in, but Calbaugh blocks it. If Camargo keeps the inning going, Reeves has a hit, McGuire has a hit, they would follow. Andrews is in the 9-hole. He does not. Neither does Camargo, Molson, Longacre, or Wilson, and that's your in-game box score for the Maple Leafs, who have 4 hits from 4 different players. Molson and Longacre have both walked multiple times, though. The 1-0 to Camargo is well outside and in the dirt for ball 2. And now it's the point of the game where you start intuitively checking the bullpens to see what the warming up situation is like, and there's nobody in either one of them. 2-0 the count. Camargo, the right-handed batter, faces the right-hander Holcomb, and the pitch is on the way, swung on and popped up on the infield. Coming in to make the grab will be Ruschi, and Taylor is out of the 5th. So the Maple Leafs don't score. They got a couple of walks in the inning, and they leave them both on. Goshen's left 8 batters on base through 5 innings and trails 2-1 on Go Leafs Live. Ben Calbaugh, Cade Vandermolen, and Brian Fields due up for Taylor here in the top half of the 6th. The Trojans lead Goshen 2-1 in Game 3 of this Crossroads League Series, and Calbaugh fouls one off to the right side, and it's going to reach the seats out of play. I say seats like there's more than 2 rows of bleachers over there. If this were not a small college facility, there would probably be more seats over there. 0-1, the count. Calbaugh is 0 for 2 today. He struck out swinging and bunted into a fielder's choice, trying the sacrifice. Now he takes a strike on the outside corner. No balls and 2 strikes. Colton Daniels back out for his 6th inning of work. His 79th pitch of the game is coming down the pipe, and that one was a 58-foot fastball. Blocked by Andrews behind the plate. Daniel has never gone more than 7 innings. And, well, this next inning would be his 7th. From the stretch here, I mean, he's in line for a quality start if he finishes this inning, giving up 1 run or fewer, as that one is swung on and hit out into shallow left. Wilson sprinting in, makes the catch, and could have just about handed the baseball to Lang by the time he was done with it. But there's 1 out in the inning, and Vandermolen will come to the plate. Where I'm going with that is Daniel so far is very much at a spot where you got to say, I mean, if your starter gives you 6 innings of 2-run baseball, which he's most of the way to doing every time out, you're going to be in pretty good shape, but the offense hasn't done him any favors thus far. Goshen scored once in the 2nd inning, and that's it. Vandermolen swings and lines one into the Maple Leaf bullpen. Good thing there wasn't anyone warming up down there. 0-1 the count. At least If it was over there, it was the pitcher who's facing that way. The catcher, who's looking the other direction, is mostly out of harm's way, tucked behind the batting cages. 0-1 the count to Vandermolen. This one's on the way and missed just high for ball one. Let's fire up the laptop and see if we can get anything on other games going on around the conference. That one bounces in for ball two. 2 balls and a strike. Montreat is leading Kentucky Christian 4-1 in the. I said in the conference. Montreat is leading 4-1 in the fifth. That part is legitimate, and I'm not. I'm seeing Indiana Wesleyan over St. Francis 10-1 and 8-6. The latter game in the fifth, as the 2-1 misses low for ball three. Also, sort of regionally, we've got Northwestern Ohio knocks off Midway of Kentucky 8-0. That's a final. And this one is not so much regional, but I have to read it. Oklahoma City 24, Texas Wesleyan 0. They're in the sixth. That one is swung on and hit deep to left center field. Wilson's going back, and it's deep, and I don't think it's playable. It's 3-1 as Vandermolen leaves the ballpark out into the parking lot, and the Trojans extend their lead. It's in fact, their largest lead of the day, because it's their only lead of the day. And, well, Daniel's taken the definition of a quality start as far as it can go. IU Kokomo and Point Park just getting started. Lindsey Wilson leads Pikeville 6-0 in the third. And, yeah, that's about it as far as regional scores. IU Southeastern Ohio Christian just getting started as well. So it's 3-1. Here's the first pitch to Fields. That one's up and in. That one honestly was helped by whatever wind there was. I think Longacre read it off the bat and thought it had a pretty decent chance of staying in the yard, although he knew he wasn't going to get to it because it was too far over. That just kept carrying and carrying and carrying over the 398 side. There's a strike on the outside corner. 1-1 the count. Daniel, as always, comes from the stretch. The 1-1 pitch just high. Now here's the 2-1. Also high, and we're at ball three. Now there is action once again in the Maple Leaf bullpen. It's one of those wonderful pitchers. He's holding his glove right in front of his front number. It's 20-something is the intelligence we're getting. It's pretty sure it's not 22. 28, I'm guessing if it's 20-something, I'm guessing it's John Sanaki, who just got the start on Wednesday and went about 3 innings. He struck out 9 batters, but had some control issues. As Fields is going to draw a walk, and we're going to see head coach Kyle Gould come in, and he's got the lineup card out, which probably means we're looking at a pinch runner. Or we'll soon be looking at a pinch runner, because the next batter is McGill, who's the left fielder. And so now we're going to confer about the lineup card.
Number 2, Christian McGill.
And we indeed have a pinch runner at first base, who's standing behind Cody McGuire, and whose number I can't read. 7. Thank you, Connor. So it's going to be Cade Colpine? Something like that. One of those names that, sorry if you're listening, Ethan McGarvey in the Taylor Sports Information Office, I didn't look as closely as the pronunciation guide as I probably should have. We're going to get a call to the bullpen. It is John Sanaki coming in for the Maple Leafs, and we're going to step aside for a moment and check some pronunciations and tell you about the new pitcher right after this. Taylor 3, Goshen 1 in the 6th. You're listening to 91.1 not 91.1 The Globe. This is not the radio. This is Go Leafs Live. It's John Sanaki out of the bullpen to pitch for the Maple Leafs as the junior transfer from Grand Rapids Community College steps onto the mound. He is warming up with an ERA of 5.63 this year. He's made one start and now 4 relief appearances. He's got a save, 6 runs, 5 of them earned, and 8 innings of work. Has struck out 11. On Wednesday against Lincoln College, he went 3 innings and struck out 9 men. You do the math. Chase, or wow, Chase Daniel is the backup quarterback for the Chicago Bears. Colton Daniel, who was Goshen's starting pitcher, which was the name I meant to say. Sorry, Colton. Is out of the ball game at this point. He goes 5 1/3 innings, gives up 6 hits and 3 runs, and quite frankly, he has been far more valuable to this team than any backup quarterback has ever been. 4 walks and 5 strikeouts for Colton Daniel as his day is done, and the first pitch to Christian McGill. It's a strike from Sanaki on the outside corner. Second pitch on the way, and that one is farther off the outside corner. Reminds me a little bit of the old catfish hunter trick where you start right on the outside corner and keep moving the ball ever so slightly off the plate until eventually you've got the umpire leaning into the dugout, and it's basically the same place the last pitch was, in succession, so he keeps calling it a strike. 1-1 the count. That one's farther outside for ball 2. Out of the stretch, Sanaki is going to come set and come home with his 4th pitch. That one is swung on and belted deep into left center field. Wilson will actually come in a little bit as he makes the catch for the second out of the inning. So that runner on base, which is Colpeen running for Fields,
Now up to bat for the Trojans, number 17, Tanner
is actually the responsibility of Colton Daniel. But Sanaki's trying to get his fallen comrade, so to speak, off the hook for that run. Colby is 0 for 2. He has grounded out and struck out, and he drops a bunt down the third base line. Sanaki's going to field and throw to first, and I think he beat the throw, although the base umpire signaled that McGuire came off the base. It's a base hit for the Trojans on the bunt down the third base line. Colpeen takes second, Colby's on first, and Nick Ruschi, who's 3 for 3 with a double, is at the plate. The thing we talked about with Taylor, if you were with us at the beginning, I talked about how they beat Defiance 17-2 in 7 innings on Wednesday. They can put the bat on the baseball, and once they get started, it kind of doesn't stop. They had 17 hits on Thursday in the series opener. Now the pitch to Ruschi is a strike at the knees. The third baseman is Camargo. He's in level with the bag. Everybody else is deep on the infield with McGuire playing behind the runner. Of course, that makes sense. There's a runner on second. It's not like he can go anywhere, and that one's going to be lined off the lip of the grass into right field. Reeves is charging it, but Colpeen's around third. The throw to the plate is just barely not in time. They're going to throw down to second, and they've got Ruschi caught between bases. He is out. It's 9-2-6-3 if you're scoring at home, but score the run at the plate before the out happened, so it's a base hit, and the inning is over. How's that? For Taylor, it's 2 runs on, I think, 3 hits in the inning. We'll tell you for sure when we come back for the bottom of the 6th. This is Go Leafs Live. Char Reeves out to lead things off for the Maple Leafs, who trail Taylor now 4-1 in the bottom half of inning number 6 from Sargioter Field on this Saturday afternoon, as we are coming up on the 2-hour mark of this game in the bottom of the 6th inning. And Holcomb misses outside for ball number 1. Reeves is 1 for 2. He has had an infield single and struck out swinging. And Taylor's now out hitting the Maple Leafs by the count of 8-4. The 1-0 pitch is grounded back up the middle. It is taken off the mound by Holcomb, who runs most of the way to first, tosses the ball to Fields for good measure, and there is quickly one away.
Now up to bat for Goshen, number 17, Cody McGuire.
Cody McGuire comes up. He doubled to right center in the second inning. That drove in Goshen's lone run of the afternoon. Grounded out to third in the fourth, and now here he comes in the sixth. A run on 4 hits for the Maple Leafs, 4 runs on 8 hits for Taylor. The Trojans have the game's lone error as McGuire misses up high for McGuire takes up high, I should say, for ball 1. It was Holcomb who's done the missing, and he hasn't done a whole lot of that. A third of his pitches have been balls, so 2/3 of them have been strikes, as McGuire takes ball 2 inside. But Holcomb came in the second inning after Luke Carlson was kind of all over the place and hitting in 2/3 of work, so he's actually in line for the win right now. He is Holcomb. The 2-0 on the way to McGuire is inside, and he spins out of the way of it. And I'm a little bit curious as to how Cody got dirt up on his shoulder blades. Because that's where he's got dirt. I mean, the pants are one thing, because, you slide, and that's the part of your body that hits the ground. He takes, and apparently we had a strike somewhere in the process, because otherwise he wouldn't be at the plate if there were 4 balls. So it's 3-1 to McGuire. And he takes a strike. That one clearly a strike on the outside corner. Payoff pitch on the way here with 1 out, nobody on. That one's hit through the hole on the left side, out into left field. McGuire is on safely. And we're going to get a pinch hitter for the catcher, Gage Andrews. It's Brighton Schofield coming to the plate for the Maple Leafs. As Schofield, who's hit in the cleanup spot at least once this season for GC, comes in batting, I think, right at 200. Yeah, he's 3 for 15 with a double. Double here could plate a run, but the Maple Leafs need another base runner before they can even think about tying the game. Right-handed batter faces right-handed pitcher and takes high. Ball 1. Holcomb on 72 pitches now he's coming up on 5 innings of work. No, he's coming up on 4 innings of work. That whole math and fractions bit is hard. Swung on and grounded over to third base. It is booted by Bass. That's an E5 as Schofield is safe at first, and now that's going to bring Molson to the plate as the tying run.
Now batting for the Maple Leafs, number 2, Kobe Molson.
Molson's 0 for 1 with 2 walks. He's also struck out swinging in the 4th inning. He's the tying run here in the bottom of the 6th. Following him, Longacre, Wilson, and Smith, as there's 1 out in the inning. And if Molson puts a charge into 1 here, well, McGuire can run and Schofield can run for a while. Strike on the outside corner to the Tri-Central High School product. Owen won the count. Molson comes in hitting at $179, but, well, he hasn't gotten to this point in his career by hitting $179. Let's put it that way. If he regresses to the mean, he's only going to get better. Pop up ends up hitting another one of those trees over behind the Taylor dugout. And did that ball eventually come down? Or did it get stuck up there? I think it's behind the tree. Dang it, I was hoping it got stuck. Okay, we don't have to call the fire department to get it out? Well, that's probably a better use of the fire department's time for them to be doing something other than getting baseballs out of trees. 0-2, the count to Molson. The pitch is on the way. It is in the dirt and blocked by Calba. ball and 2 strikes. More action in the Maple Leaf bullpen and in the Trojan bullpen. We'll deal with that as it becomes relevant. I think it's Cole Barkhouse in the Taylor bullpen because his uniform number ends in 5, and the other 2 guys that do that are both position players. As the pitch to Molson swung on and fouled off. And yeah, I'm not going to try to guess who it is in Goshen's bullpen either. It's a right-hander, I can see that. 1-2, the count on Molson. Holcomb seems occupied with the runner at second. He comes home with it, and Molson grounds one over toward the bullpen, and whoever's catching down there's got to come out and get it. It's Gabe Kermode warming up in the bullpen. Talking about it earlier, without giving anything away, we're waiting on Kermode to bat this year because of his walk-up song mostly, as Molson swings and misses the one that was up high for a strikeout. So he's had 2 of the 3 true outcomes today. He's gone down on a walk and a strikeout. And Ben Longacre is going to bat for the Maple Leafs with 2 down here in the bottom of the 6th. Longacre's 0 for 1 with 2 walks. Again, 2 walks and a strikeout swinging. The 2 walks bookend the strikeout in his case, though. The walks coming in the 1st and the 5th. First pitch he sees is in the dirt, foul tipped. 0-1. Eight hits right now for Taylor, 5 for Goshen, but again, something in the gap here could put a damper on the Trojan lead. And we're in the 6th. There are still 3 innings more to go as the shadows start creeping out onto the field. The 0-1 to Longacre's fouled back to the right side, and it's no balls and 2 strikes. The runners take their leads. The infield's back all the way around. 0-2 with 2 outs to Longacre. Holcomb checks the runner at second. Now the pitch is swung on and lined into right field. Crawford's going to charge it as rounding third and holding is McGuire, and the bases are loaded. So Longacre keeps the line moving, and Mitchell Wilson will come to the plate as the go-ahead run.
Now batting for Goshen, Mitchell Wilson, number 8.
Wilson, if you've been with us all day, is 0 for 3 with 3 fielders' choices. First pitch to Wilson. Ooh, looked good from up here, but it was adjudged to be high. Holcomb is 4 innings and change into his outing, and he's at 81 pitches so far, which would explain the action we've seen in the Trojan bullpen. Now here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is fouled straight back at me. 1-1. Let's just say it's a good thing you can't see into the press box because there was some bailing out involved. And there's a net, a window, and a laptop in front of me. But the net's the only one that's going to stop that baseball. And I mean, I'm not going to catch it. Because 1, I can't catch, and 2, that was hit really hard. 1-1, the count to Wilson. Here's the pitch. It is well inside as he ducks out of the way of it. 2 balls and a strike. Again, Taylor out hitting Goshen 8-6 as we work here in the bottom half of inning number 6. Game about 2 hours and 3 minutes old at this point. As Wilson swings and pops this one in the air to the right side. Backing up is Colby. He's going to let it fall to the ground. Well, I don't know if he let it fall to the ground, but it did fall to the ground. Crawford came in and couldn't make a play on it. McGuire scored. Schofield scored. It's a base hit for the Maple Leafs, and it's 4-3. How about that? With with 2 outs, the runner's able to move on contact, and so everybody gets 2 bases. If you're a Stratomatic fan, it's a single 2 stars. Longacre moves to third, Wilson on at first, and Kyle Gould will go to the bullpen. It's Cole Barkhouse out of the bullpen for the Trojans. Taylor leading 4-3 here in the bottom of the sixth, and we'll be back to tell you about the new pitcher right after this on Go Leafs Live. Some final totals for Alec Holcomb. Went 4 2/3 innings, given up 5 hits and 2 runs thus far. Both men who are on base are his responsibility. 3 walks and 4 strikeouts for Holcomb. He gives way to Cole Barkhouse, who comes out of the bullpen for the Trojans. Barkhouse is seriously no, he's not making his first appearance of the year. He's making his 5th. 10 innings in 4 relief outings so far. 4 runs, 7 hits, 7 walks, 14 strikeouts. Again, in 10 innings of work. Barkhouse holding opponents to a 2.06 average, but every time you get a little bit farther in the bullpen, we talk about sometimes you got to make them make the throw to get you out. Sometimes you got to make them use somebody else to get the outs here, and it's got to go the right way for Barkhouse, just as it has for every Trojan before him this afternoon. Tying run is at third, go-ahead run is at first, and Peyton Smith is coming to the plate for the Maple Leafs here in the bottom half of inning number 6. If you're scoring at home, there was a fielding error earlier in the inning. That we're not changing anything involving the error, but just in terms of thinking out loud. Well, we'll get to this here in a moment. First pitch to Smith catches the knees for strike 1, and the Maple Leaf faithful were not real thrilled with that, and I have to say I agree with them. Okay, none of the runs in this inning are earned for the Trojans because of that fielding error at third. Something could be, if Barkhouse gives up runners that come around to score, they could be earned for him but not for the team. That's fun with baseball scoring. No balls and a strike to Smith. Incidentally, this is a save situation in a 1-run game for Barkhouse. That one bounces to the plate, and Calbaugh is able to get in front of it and keep Longacre over at third base. And keep Wilson at first, but he's not the tying run right now. I don't see any more action in the Maple Leaf bullpen, which makes me think that Sanaki is going to get at least the 7th inning, but either they're going to use him for 3 innings and change, or we'll see more Maple Leaf pitchers out of the pen, or it's going to get dark or something. 2-1, now the count to Smith. Second base is open. And they've already intentionally walked Lang once today. 2-1 the count. Now here's the pitch from Barkhouse. It's on the outside corner. And that's a strike. Men on the corners. Barkhouse comes set. And here's the 2-2. It's inside. It's in the dirt. It's going to get away far enough for Wilson to take second base on the wild pitch, but not far enough for Longacre to score. What it does do, though, is bring the go-ahead run into scoring position, such that a single from Smith might tie the game. Right-handed batter facing right-handed hurler with right-handed shadows, well, third base side shadows, sticking onto the field of play, and Smith chases ball 3 for a strikeout to end the inning. So for the Maple Leafs, there are 2 runs on 3 hits, 1 error, they leave 2, and we go to the 7th. It's Taylor 4, Goshen 3 on Go Leafs Live.
Now batting for the Trojans, number 14, Matt Dutkowski.
Taylor brings 2, 3, and 4 to the plate here in the top of the 7th. It's Dutkowski, Bass, and Crawford to face John Sanaki for the first time today, as Dutkowski swings and misses on the outside corner. He's 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts today and a double play ground ball. And, well, he just swung and missed, and he struck out swinging twice. No further comment. The 0-1 pitch is outside for ball 1. The 2, 3, and 4 spots in the Trojan lineup right now, a combined 0 for 7 in this game, even as Taylor out hits Goshen 8 to 7 so far. The 1-1 up high ball 2. And again, Goshen doesn't play again until Friday, so the reality is that they can throw. I don't want to say they can throw anybody, because you do have people that have worked the last couple of days, but you don't have to worry about saving somebody for a midweek game, as that one catches the inside corner for strike 2. Lang, Camargo, and Reeves will be due up for Goshen in the bottom of the inning, as Dutkowski stays alive by fouling one off to the left side. It'll be followed by the bottom of the order in McGuire and Andrews, but McGuire's got 2 hits today. He's the only Maple Leaf to get that far. And here's another 2-2, swung on and missed, and Andrews tags him out. And Dutkowski is set down on strikes for the 3rd time today.
Now up to bat for the Trojans, TJ Bass.
So that'll bring TJ Bass to the plate, and we're going to try not to talk about batteries this time. Bass has flied out to center, walked and popped out to first base, and now he's up with nobody out on and 1 out here in the 7th. First pitch is inside and squirts out of Andrews' glove. 1-0 the count. Now the second pitch, the at-bat on the way, and that one misses low, ball 2. But no, I'm just looking at the Maple Leaf lineup card, and a third of the team is listed as a pitcher. Now, We know that a couple of these guys are not available for whatever reasons, but we saw, I guess, Landon Roth was warming up earlier. We haven't seen Isaac Harper today. The 2-0 pitches inside for ball three. We haven't seen Toby Fox or Keegan Kwong or Kyle Stalegrave or Bailey Young. Young and Stalegrave both worked on Wednesday in Indianapolis, but that was 3 days ago. Now here's the 3-0 pitch. That is just inside for ball four. And Bass is on with his second walk of the day. It's kind of ironic that somebody who shares a name with a fish has walked twice because fish are water animals.
Now batting for the Trojans,
You know what? I'm going to stop going down that particular garden path. I'm going to bring Connor Crawford to the plate. He's 0 for 2 with a walk and a run and is not named for a fish. One away here in the top half of the seventh. He takes a strike down the middle. Zanaki again working out of the stretch, both because he does that all the time and because there's a runner on first base. 1-1 the count, and right on cue there is action once again in the Maple Leaf bullpen. Zanaki's next pitch will be his 20th, which is kind of the point where this starts to become something you can't just sneeze at, which is not a good, like, why do we just sneeze at thing? This is not the time or the place to be having that conversation either. 2 balls and a strike as that one misses low and away. But there's definitely activity going on down there in the left field corner. Now the 2-1 pitch missed outside, but Sanaki's missed the strike zone with 7 of the 8 pitches here in this inning. Now the 3-1 pitch is on the way, and that one catches the outside corner. You can sort of, I mean, if you're watching the video and not just treating this as a radio broadcast, I know you can't see into the bullpen, but you can sort of see the activity as people leave the dugout all the way on the extreme left side of your screen. Of course, part of that is the third base coaching box over there. And the 3-2 pitch is on the way, and that bounces in for ball 4. So 2 on and nobody out. And who is that? Oh, that's Reese Whalen, the catcher, heading down to the bullpen. And in fact, it looks like we're going to see double barrel action down there. But we'll deal with that here in a second, as head coach Alex Childers is going to put up the left arm as he walks out, and it looks like Bailey Young coming in out of the bullpen. Yes, that would fit with the left arm. It's the lefty on out of the frying pan and into the fire. 2 on, 1 out in the 7th on Go Leafs Live. Bailey Young into the ball game for the Maple Leafs. 2-on-1 out here in the top of the seventh. Taylor leading the game by a 4-3 as Ben Kelbaugh steps in. He'll have Cade Vandermolen following him, the center fielder, unless double play of some sort ensues. For the Maple Leafs, Young is coming out of the bullpen for the first time this year. Both of his previous appearances have been starts, and his first pitch is up high, ball one. Young has got a 5.73 ERA, 7 earned runs in 11 innings. He's given up an earned run as well, struck out 12 and walked 4. Opponents hit 286 off of him. And Sanaki is out of the ball game here with 1 out in the 7th. Young comes set. He's left-handed, so he's facing the other direction. And his pitch is on the way and fouled off into the Taylor dugout. 1 ball, 1 strike. For Sanaki, an inning, 2 hits, 2 walks, and a strikeout, 23 pitches. Now the 1-1 is swung on and missed, and Calbaugh's in a 1-2 hole. Runners on first and second, they both take their leads. Young's not really checking the runners at all. Well, now he does. Of course he does, as soon as I say that. Comes home with the 1-2 pitch, swung on and missed, strike 3 as Andrews holds on to the foul tip. That'll bring Vandermolen to the plate. He is 2 for 2 with a walk and a 2-run homer to center.
Number 5, Cade Vandermolen.
And Goshen would rather not deal with any of those outcomes right now. I guess the walk would just load the bases for Fields. But Vandermolen has yet to be retired here in game number 2, or game number 3, if you're counting the one on Thursday. First pitch to Vandermolen paints the knees for strike number 1. So the reality is that Goshen's got to get 7 more outs out of somebody. Unless it gets dark first. Because Taylor's the home team, so they're going to bat 9 times. The Maple Leafs could score some runs, and then the bottom of the 9th would not be necessary, but the visiting team's never going to have that luxury. Swing and a miss as that one had the bottom fall out of it for strike 2. Young has thrown strikes on 5 of his 6 pitches so far, and there's really no substitute for that. And like we talked about, there's no midweek game to save anybody for. Young checks the runner. He's got nobody holding him on, so that step is largely perfunctory. And the ball is hit on the ground. Wilson's going to feed Molson at second base. It's a fielder's choice to end the inning, and the Trojans don't score but leave 2 on base. It's time to stretch here at Sarge Yoder Field, and through 6.5 innings, it's Taylor 4, Goshen 3 on Go Leafs Live. Nate Lang leads off the bottom of the 7th for the Goshen College baseball team, which trails Taylor 4-3 here in the bottom of the seventh. First pitch from Barkhouse is on the way and on the outside corner for strike number one. Lang has struck out swinging and singled to center. He's also reached on an intentional walk, and now he's going to turn out of the way of one as it's ball one off the inside part of the plate. Tying run at minimum at the plate for the Maple Leafs, who trail by one here in the seventh. That one's outside for ball two, and Cowboy just kind of took a swipe at it, which is something interesting to see if that changes if Barkhouse keeps missing the plate, because swiping at the ball and not moving for it is, well, that's a recipe to let one by you. 2-2 the count as Lang swings and hits a dribbler over towards second base. Charging and fielding it is Colby, and he's out at first by 2 steps. So 1 up, 1 down for Goshen, and it's going to be Daniel Camargo stepping to the plate. Reeves in the on-deck circle.
Daniel Camargo up to bat.
With 1 out again here in the seventh inning. Camargo and then Reeves, followed by Cody McGuire, who's got 2 hits today. And the first pitch is high, ball 1. That one at the knees. Counted ball and a strike. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That one's in the dirt. You see those shadows starting to poke out there between the mound and the plate. The conventional wisdom has always been that gives the advantage to the pitcher, although I don't know how much that changes based on the composition of those shadows. Right now it's a post and a tree. The 2-2 pitch on the way swung on and missed, and Camargo's not real pleased with himself, as he will take a seat with 2 down here in the seventh.
Now batting for Goshen, number 31, Char Reeves.
The thing that does set up here for the Maple Leafs is if they trail by 1, or if they keep the game within 1. Well, Reeves drops a bunt down the third base line. Bass is in to field it, and the throw gets away. It's squirting over toward the right field fence as Reeves is going to go to second, score it an infield single, and then an E5, allowing him to move to second base. And that's going to bring Cody McGuire to the plate with the go-ahead, or the tying run, rather, at second base. Did I just say the go-ahead run? That's a tying run. Go-ahead runs at the plate. McGuire's 2 for 3 with a double and an RBI. A single would probably get the job done here with 2 outs. Nobody holding Reeves on at second base, so he's a good 15 feet off, and he'll get a bigger lead as the pitch is thrown. It's low to McGuire, ball 1. 8 hits aside here. Taylor's been charged with 3 errors. Goshen has not been dinged with a miscue thus far. Here's the 1-0. McGuire swings and pops one up to the right side. It's back out of play. 1-1. Count as a ball and a strike to the Maple Leaf first baseman. Gage Andrews' spot is due up next, but Gabe Kermode's out in the on-deck circle, and the pitch to McGuire is inside, ball 2. Two and 1 the count. Here's the pitch. McGuire swings and lines that one into left field. Coming over to field, it is McGill. Reeves around third. He's going to come in and score. The ball eluded. The ball eluded McGill in left field. Give McGuire credit for the game-tying hit, and then we'll deal with the accounting later. But that's going to bring Gabe Kermode up in a tie game with 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th inning. Brian Fields will lead off the top of the 8th for Taylor University in a 4-4 tie as the Trojans and Maple Leafs are deadlocked heading to the penultimate inning as Fields takes a strike. It's Reese Whalen coming in to catch for Gage Andrews, or replacing Gabe Kermode, who pinch hit down in that spot in the lineup. And also, the other bit of accounting is that Evan Krager is in at third base. We're not technically sure which one of them goes in the 6 hole and which one of them goes in the 9 hole. It could be a double switch, but the most likely scenario, I think, is that Krager's hitting 8th and Whalen's hitting 9th. That one swung on and fouled off to the right side out of play. Whalen, a freshman out of Medicine Hat, Alberta, transferred to Goshen from Indian Hills Community College. Krager's from Fort Wayne. And 0-2 the count to Fields. Bailey Young's back out on the mound again. He's the pitcher of record now as the game's tied. So Daniels is off the hook, and the first Taylor reliever, who I'm drawing a blank, Holcomb, is no longer the winning pitcher because Taylor's no longer winning. It's Young for Goshen and Barkhouse for Taylor that would get those decisions right now. A ball and 2 strikes is the 0-2 to Fields, misses low. Now Young comes home and misses low again. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And I bring this up once more. We're playing this game before daylight savings time kicks in, and you see the sun dropping. I mean, you don't directly see the sun dropping, but you see the effects of the sun dropping more and more. Probably have 45 minutes to an hour of light left, I would say. We'll see how long that, or if somebody can score and make a difference here in the scheduled 9 innings. Swing and a miss, and Fields is set down.
For the Trojans, number 2, Christian McGill.
Christian McGill comes to the plate. He's 1 for 3, singled to right among a couple of flyouts. He's hit the ball to all 3 outfielders today. And the first pitch to him from Young, who's the third Maple Leaf hurler, is outside. Young works out of the windup with nobody on base, which is not overly surprising for a starter. He's going to do that reasonably frequently. I mean, pitch with nobody on base. Because when you're a starter, again, you always come in, with a fresh start. You're always going to get that first inning, there's no one on base to start with, and usually at some point in the subsequent innings as well, whereas it's not uncommon for a reliever to come in because there were runners on base. 2-1, the count now to McGill. He's followed by Lawson, who's the second baseman. As that one is swung on and lined foul out of play to the right side. You're saying Lawson, I thought Colby was the second baseman. Well, so did I, but then Lawson went out there to second base during the Trojan pitching change, I think, in the previous inning. Here's the 2-2 on the way. That's a strike called on the outside corner as McGill stood there like a house by the side of the road and watched the baseball go by for strike 3. 2 outs in the inning, and Lawson is at the plate. Brett Lawson got the start in Game 1. He came off the bench here in Game 2. He's batting at .276 on the season, 8 for 29. And the first pitch to him is up high for a ball. Again, the Maple Leafs are guaranteed to hit in the bottom of the 8th. I mean, unless we continue playing to like the thermodynamic death of the universe here in the top of the inning. So there it'll be Longacre, Wilson, and Smith due up. Goshen will do everything in its power, I think, to take the lead there and not have to play the bottom of inning number 9. Pitch to Lawson's a strike over the outside half. A ball and a strike. Now Young is ready in the 1-1. Painted the inside corner, but it was too high. Ball 2. Now the 2-1 pitch. Outside, ball 3. Of course, Taylor's at a very similar spot in their order. Goshen is just starting its 5th time through. Taylor is finishing its 4th time. As Rushi and Dutkowski are the next 2 men to hit, and Rushi's 4 for 4. 3-1 the count to Lawson. Young comes plateward with his 23rd delivery. It's a strike at the letters. Now the count is full, and the tops of the shadows reach almost to the mound, which in theory tilts the balance of power back toward the hitter. Pitch that's low and in for a walk also tilts the balance of power towards the hitter. Lawson is on with a base on balls, and Rushi's going to come to the plate as head coach Alex Childers heads out to the mound. He hasn't gestured for the bullpen yet, but I do see action in that direction. I'm not sure who's catching them because Whalen was doing that earlier, and Whalen is now in the game. I think this is just, how do we get this man out? Because I don't want to say he's running out of ideas. Coach Childers is about the last person, I think, that would run out of ideas. But his stat line today is single to center, double to left, single to right. So he's put bat on ball, hit it hard, and hit it all over the place. As Whalen pats his pitcher on the shoulder. Now Childers is going to leave, and the two ball players continue to discuss the State of the Union or their dinner plans or whatever they talk about out there. 4 runs on 8 hits and 4 errors for the Trojans. 4 runs on 9 hits and no errors for the Maple Leafs. Goshen's bigger miscue of sorts has been that they've left 12 runners on base, and boy, wouldn't some of those look real good in the run column right about now. Or next inning or whenever. First pitch to Rushi is on the way, and this one is up high for ball 1. Which, well, that doesn't really help anything. If Rushi can keep the line moving, Dutkowski would follow. Young comes set, checks the runner at first. The 1-0 on the way, and that's well outside, ball 2. I don't think this is factoring into anybody's managerial decisions. At this point, I mean, quite frankly, I think it's just about getting outs. But if you were to go to the bullpen here in a tie game, it would not be a save situation, even though that person would be in a de facto closing position. It would be a 4-out save from here. The 2-0 painted the outside corner. Strike 1. So Rushi's still in the catbird seat, ahead in the count. As Young checks the runner again, and now comes home with it. Had the corner, must have missed low, 3-1. Longacre, Wilson, and Smith all do in the bottom of the inning and all have hits. But the Maple Leafs would much rather start from level footing at 4-all than make them come from behind. Here's the 3-1 pitch. It's up high, ball 4. And with Dutkowski up, Childers is back out of the dugout, and that means a second visit to the mound in the same inning is a call to the bullpen. So it will be not a save opportunity, but a chance to definitely close one out for the Maple Leafs, and we'll tell you about the new pitcher right after this. It's 4-4 in the 8th on Go Leafs Live. It's Landon Roth out of the bullpen for the Maple Leafs. The, freshman from Pettisville, Ohio, 6'3", 185, which incidentally 6'3", just about as tall as it gets on this roster, except that Reese Whalen, the catcher, and Ben Longacre are both 6'4". Routh has probably slid into Colton Daniels' old relief role about as well as anybody this year, making his 7th appearance out of the bullpen. He's gone 8 1/3 innings with 3 runs and 1 earned run allowed. That's an ERA of 1.08, which is, as they say, pretty good. 286 opponent batting average. As the 2 men on base, I guess, are not going to factor into Roth's ERA anyway. Those are both charged to the departing Bailey Young. But we will take a look at the line as it stands, as Young is out of the ballgame after an inning and a third, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts, and 29 pitches. Again, 2 outs in the top of the 8th. So Roth, if he goes the distance, would go 4, or would go, would get 4 outs. It's not a save situation for the Northwestern Ohio product, but would very much be a save of sorts. He can't get the loss, because if Taylor takes the lead here, he can't get the loss in this inning, I should say, because if Taylor takes the lead here, that run would go to Bailey Young. He could get the loss in the 9th or a subsequent inning, I suppose. But he could get the win if the Maple Leafs score in the bottom of the frame. Dutkowski steps in. He's 0 for 4 today, grounded into a double play once, struck out swinging 3 times, and one of those also started a double play. Taylor with 8 hits in, 4 complete times through the order, plus 1 more plate appearance for Ruschi at the top. And Goshen's going to need 4 more outs to get out of this ball game. Roth checks the runner at second. He comes set and delivers off the outside corner, and I thought that might have been the start of a strike call, but it wasn't. 1-0 the count. Always sort of bothered me that on a field like this, the left arm of a left-handed pitcher doesn't point straight south, and the right arm of a right-handed pitcher, which is what Roth is doesn't point straight north. And you call a left-hander a southpaw, but nobody ever calls a right-hander a northpaw. And again, I think I'm the only person on the face of the earth that's concerned about that, which makes that a bad thing to be talking about in a 4-4 game in the 8th inning. 2-0 the count. Lang faking in behind the runner at second base. That's the go-ahead run in the person of Lawson. 2-0 pitch on the way, outside corner, strike 1. Again, Longacre, Wilson, and Smith due up in the bottom of the inning, and that's the part of the order that already pulled out 1 tie-breaking hit for the Maple Leafs today. Roth is trying to keep it a tie. Looks to second, comes set, checks the rubber to make sure it hasn't moved or something, and the 2-1 is fouled back off the screen. This doubleheader will probably hit the 5.5-hour mark in the bottom of this inning, as this game alone is coming up on 3 hours, and we are in the 8th. Dutkowski is left-handed. Roth is right-handed. The count is 2-2. And here's the 5th pitch of the at-bat. Off the outside corner, ball 3. And I tell you, the scoreboard says 3 balls, and 2 of them haven't missed by much. The count full. The runners take their leads. Full count and 2 away means a base hit probably scores a run here. 3-2 pitch up high, ball 4. Which is not good, but I mean, third base was open. And it does bring up Bass, who doesn't have a hit today either. But there's no place to put him. Bass is 0 for 2 with 2 walks. He's flied out and popped out. He's hitting .368 this year, though, with a .754 slugging percentage that leads the team. So, no, not exactly the person I would want to face here. But there's a force play anywhere. Roth back to the windup with the bases loaded, and the first pitch is a strike down the pipe, which is probably as much about the freshman's confidence as anything. Lawson starts down the line from third. Here's the 0-1 on the way. Off the inside corner, ball one. Talked about Roth sporting that pristine ERA. Well, not pristine, but sparkling maybe. This for sure, in his first conference appearance, is the biggest situation he's been in. The 1-1 count on the way, swung on and hit out into right field. Charging is Reeves. He makes the catch, and Goshen's out of the inning. It's a line drive to right, but most importantly, nobody scores. And we go to the bottom of the eighth. No runs, no hits, no errors. The Trojans leave the bases juiced. They've left on 11 through 8 innings, but we'll go to the bottom of the eighth in a 4-4 tie. You're listening to Crossroads League Baseball on Go Leafs Live. Ben Longacre's 1 for 2 with 2 walks. He's singled to right his last time up, and he's been on base 3 times this evening. He's the first man to the plate for the Maple Leafs in the waning shadows of a Saturday evening here in Goshen, Indiana. First pitch he sees from Cole Barkhouse is in the left-handed batter's box for ball one. Goshen 4, Taylor 4. The Maple Leafs leading 9-8 in the hit column, but somebody's got to break this tie in the most important column on the scoreboard. After Longacre, it's Mitchell Wilson and Peyton Smith. Barkhouse from the windup comes home with the 1-0 pitch. It's the outside corner for strike one. Outfield plays Longacre deep and straight away. He's 1 for 2 and batting at 350 or north thereof. Swings and misses at strike two. Yeah, it's a tie game right now, but there isn't a team in the world that wouldn't rather face the meat of the Trojan order up a run in the bottom of the inning. There's a base hit stroked back up the middle. Ben's 2 for 3. Mitchell Wilson will step in. The left fielder has reached base all 4 times today. 3 fielders' choices and a single to right. Barkhouse is the man of record for the Trojans in a tie game. Landon Roth got the ball on the other side. Wilson steps into the right-handed batter's box. There's action in the Trojan bullpen, but it's just getting started, so it's Barkhouse's batter for now. Here's the first pitch to Wilson, a strike on the outside corner. Oh and 1 the count. Fields holds Longacre on at first. Second pitch is swung on and missed, and he was under that one. 0 and 2. Shadows are all the way out past the mound now, so the ball's in shade all the way until it gets to the dirt at the front of the plate. As Wilson swings and fouls one off to the right side. Stays 0 and 2. Time is called as Cowball, I think, was gesturing into the dugout to make sure he got something right because, well, the 8th inning in a tie game is Not when you want to screw something up, although it's better, I suppose, in the ninth inning of a tie game. The 0-2 pitch is swung on and grounded past a diving Rushi on the left side. McGill's in to field it, so Longacre's got a hold at second. It's Goshen's 11th hit of the day, and it's going to bring Peyton Smith up with 2 on and nobody out.
Number 45, Peyton Smith, up to bat for the Maple Leaves.
As Smith's walk-up music, which you have learned by now is the chicken dance, stops playing, time is called, and we're going to get the entire infield coming together on the mound as the Trojans' relief pitcher is putting his sweatshirt back on, so I don't think this is a pitching change so much as it is a strategy conversation. They're still playing the chicken dance. I don't think it's that they go to the plate pitcher or the pitcher because Peyton's up. I think it's because Ben and Mitch just got on base. We're like 2 glorious verses into this song, folks. Now the meeting breaks up. Longacre heads back to second. Wilson's back at first. There is nobody out in the bottom of the 8th. 4 runs on 11 hits, 12 men left on for Goshen. 4 runs on 8 hits, and 11 left on for Taylor. So whichever team leaves this game feeling somewhat dismayed will have had its chances. Barkhouse comes set. He's dangling that right arm straight down, standing about 6'3". I'm just eyeballing it on the mound. Looks at the runner at second, spins, and well, just stops. Barkhouse is officially 6'1" on the mound, which is why I don't just eyeball these things. First pitch to Smith is in the dirt and kicks away from Calbaugh. The runners move up 90 feet, and now the go-ahead runs on third with an insurance run on second base. Maple Leafs would take one of those again, although the base runners did not get a great read on it, which would not be a good sign if that were to involve the potential scoring of the go-ahead run. But the go-ahead run is 90 feet away. The second pitch is inside as Smith jumps out of the way of it. 2-0 the count. Here's the pitch. Off the outside corner, ball 3. If Smith reaches, Lang would follow. And the 3-0. Up and in, ball 4. And they're loaded. Barkhouse is 42 pitches into this outing as Lang comes to the plate.
32, Nate Lang, up to bat for the Maple Leafs.
Lang has struck out, singled, and been intentionally walked and grounded out to second. Anything that's not a ground ball here, well, honestly, a ground ball up the middle, if they try to go to second, would still score the run. Infield's in all the way around, which makes sense because the run at third's the one that means something. Now time is called, and after the walk-up music and after the batter steps in, the Trojans are going back to the mound, and this will be a pitching change. All 3 runners on base are Barkhouse's, but it will not be his ball. Try to get out of it as both teams go to the bullpen in a pickle in the 8th. We'll be back to tell you all about it right after this. It's Goshen 4, Taylor 4. We are in we are coming down to the wire big time on the first weekend of the season on Go Leafs Live. Andrew Kennedy comes in for the Trojans as we work through the bottom of inning number 8. Kennedy's got the bases loaded and nobody out. The runs are all Cole Barkhouse's. The loss, if one of them scores and Goshen goes on to win because of it, would be Barkhouse's. But that doesn't mean Kennedy's going to feel any better about letting any of them in. Kennedy out of the bullpen is making his 4th appearance of the year. They've all been in relief. He's pitched 8 innings in his previous 3 games. He's got 1 win and no losses, and he could win the game. He can't lose it, at least not in this inning. Giving up 9 hits, 7 runs, 4 of those were earned, and 5 strikeouts. Opponents hit 273 off of him. The final line on Barkhouse, let's see where we left that. An inning and a third, 4 hits, and 1 run so far. All 3 men currently on base are his problem. 1 walk, 2 strikeouts for Barkhouse in that inning and a third. He threw 42 pitches. Nate Lang steps into the batter's box for Goshen. And wouldn't you love to be in this situation? Didn't we all grow up playing this in the backyard? Tie game, okay, it was usually bottom of the 9th. Here it's bottom of the 8th. But it's a tie game, the bases are loaded, and there's nobody out. Kennedy comes home. First pitch to Lang is swung on and hit in the air to center field. Moving to his right is Vandermolen. He gets behind it. The throw is to the plate. Here comes Longacre. It's cut off, and the run's going to score. It's a sacrifice fly for Nate Lang, and the Maple Leafs take a 5-4 lead. Here's the third baseman, Evan Krager, who came in for, I'm going to say, nominally defensive purposes. We'll never know if he came in for defense or for offense because he got to do both. Here he is with 2 on and 1 out, and Goshen leading in the bottom of the 8th. He's facing Kennedy. Krager's appearing for the first time today. From Bishop Lewis High School in Fort Wayne, I believe. First pitch he sees is up and out for ball 1. Doubleheader has crossed the 5.5-hour mark. This game is right on the 3-hour mark. And timeout is called as head baseball coach Alex Childers is going to gesture out at second base. And we're going to get Bailey Owens running for whoever was on second base, Mitchell Wilson. So Wilson's out. Owens is in.
Number 14, Bailey Owens, enters the game as a pinch runner.
Owens now the lead man. That's why the change. That's why the change was made. Goshen leading 5-4 in the bottom of the 8th, and Landon Roth is waiting for the biggest outing of his life, trying to close this out. Well, the biggest outing of his college career. Life is a little bit. Look, folks, we're playing baseball. This is not like a life or death situation. First pitch to Krager was a called strike. Oh, and 1 the count. Here's the pitch, swung on and missed, strike 2. Again, it's Owens on second, Smith on first. With 1 out in the inning, you don't get the advantage of breaking on contact. And Char Reeves in the on-deck circle. And Goshen would love it if they'd hold this lead, and that was as far as the offense had to go. Here's the 1-2, and Krager fouls it off to the right. Wait, I just said 1-2. The scoreboard says 0-2. I don't know what the count is. I think it's 0-2-2. But the umpire hasn't signaled that the scoreboard is wrong, which makes me believe it is 0-2. And this is confusing. And we don't have the DVR function on the video stream, so you can't even back up and count pitches that way. 0-2, the count to Krager. Whatever it is, he singles to left. It's past Ruschi into left field. Coming in is McGill, and he's going to heave it back to the infield to hold Owens at third. The bases are loaded. Smith to second, Krager to first, Reeves to the plate, and boy, could he break this ball game open.
Number 31, Char Reeves, at bat for Goshen.
Reeves is 2 for 4 today, but he hasn't hit the ball out of the infield, and it's a forced play all the way around here. Taylor's already trailing, so the infield, up the middle's at medium depth. The corners come in, and Reeves, the left-handed pitcher, faces the right-handed Kennedy. Here's the pitch. Swung on and hit in the air to left field. It's down the line, which means it's tailing all away from the field, and it lands foul by probably 10 feet. Folks, if today's doubleheader is an indicator of what we are going to get on this channel this season, we are in for some decent baseball. Taylor is hoping that the baseball we got on this channel on Thursday is more in line with their season because they won that game rather handily, but Goshen's leading here. 0-1 the count. Here's the pitch. Reeves lines that one through the hole on the left side. Owens is in to score. They're going to hold Smith at third as the throw comes in. It's a 13th hit of the evening for the Maple Leafs, and the bases are still loaded as the insurance run crosses the plate to make it 6-4.
Number 17, Cody McGuire up to bat for Goshen.
Cody McGuire is in to pitch for the Maple Leafs, and Kyle Gold is back out of the Taylor dugout. He's going back to the bullpen as Kennedy could not get the job done. So with Kennedy out, does that mean we turn to the vice president? That was a political joke. We've got a pitching change for Taylor that we're going to tell you about in a moment on Go Leafs Live. Mitch Hubler is on to pitch for the Maple Leafs here for the Trojans, I should say, in the bottom half of inning number 8. He's coming out of the bullpen for the first time this season. He hasn't made an appearance for the Trojans thus far, so we'll instead go to the box score and let you know that Kennedy has not been charged with a run yet because the two that have scored were both charged to Cole Barkhouse, who's on the hook for the loss. Kennedy, a third of an inning, 2 hits, no runs yet, no walks, and no strikeouts. Hubler on for the Trojans is out of Avon, Indiana, Avon High School, which I suppose makes him an Avon product. Yes, we had to go there, but we've gone just about everywhere else today, so why not? He's finishing his warm-up pitches. He's going to work to Cody McGuire. Yeah, that's the Goofy Goober song in the background. That's how he rolls, I suppose. Bases loaded. 1 out, bottom of the 8th. Goshen 6, Taylor 4, bases loaded, and the Portage, Indiana native comes to the plate, and boy, could he break this game open. Yeah, I just said that about Char Reeves, too, and he singled. Outfield's playing deep because they don't want anything to get past him. First pitch to McGuire, he took a swing to protect himself and went around. McGuire is one swing of the bat, incidentally, from making it not a save situation if Goshen were to go with a non-Roth option in the top of the 9th. And I see that's got to be Molson warming up in the bullpen. And McGuire is at least trying to play it off like he got hit in the hand. I can't tell if the pitch was inside. The pitch was inside. I can't tell if it hit him. But if it did, that would make it 7-4, at least once McGuire or somebody touches first base. So the hit batter is going to make it 7-4 Maple Leafs. Close the book on Barkhouse, who's charged with all 3 men he allowed on the base paths in this inning reaching base. The 2 men who are on base now are Krager and Reeves, rather, are the responsibility of Barkhouse, and Reese Wayland's going to step into the batter's box.
Now batting number 10, Reese Wayland.
Bases are loaded. The infield's still in all the way around, and there's still only one out. Strike on the outside corner. The Maple Leafs, as I just was starting to note, are one run away from making it not actually a save situation if Molson were to come in to start the ninth inning. Roth is the winning pitcher as things currently stand, under any circumstance. The 0-1 to Whalen is up high. 1-1 the count. Hubler comes set, and here's the pitch. It's up and in, and Whalen gets out of the way of it, and it's ball 2. Two and one the count, and the pitch on the way. Up high, ball 3. And Whalen is an out away from walking in a run, or a ball away from walking in a run. Molson's in the on-deck circle, which means he's not the one warming up. I still don't know what's making this beeping noise in the background, and Whalen takes a strike over the inside half. So the count is full, the bases are loaded, and there's one out in the inning. If there were one more out, we would be at, massive decision time. But here's the payoff pitch to the catcher. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. Molson still comes to the plate with the bases loaded.
Molson up to bat.
Colby is 0 for 3 with 2 walks. Struck out swinging and flied out to right in his last 3 at-bats after walking in the first and second. Now he comes up with the bases loaded, and boy, was he trying to crack that open with one swing. The 0-1 is fouled off. 0-2. Oh and 2 the count. Here's the pitch. It's up high, ball 1. This inning alone now 15 minutes long, or this half inning, I should say. Molson is ready for the pitch. Hubler has stepped off the mound. Now he's coming back. 1-2 the count. Here's the pitch. Up high, ball 2 as he checked his swing. Deuce is wild. And a pitch. Strike 3 called down the middle. Molson's out. He leaves the bases loaded, but Goshen leads by 3 as we head to the 9th. For Goshen in the bottom of the 8th inning, it's 3 runs on 4 hits. They leave the bases loaded, and Whalen is back out to warm up the pitcher. Roth will try to close the door on the Trojans and give Goshen its first series win of the season. When we come back from the top of the 9th, you're listening to Go Leafs Live. We're back for the top of the ninth. It's Goshen 7, Taylor 4 in as the Trojans have 3 runs to score 3 outs or fall to 1-2 in conference play. First pitch from Roth is on the way on the outside half of the plate, and it's a strike. 0-1. Connor Crawford's 0 for 2. He's walked twice. He's popped out to the catcher, and he's grounded out to first. Here's the second pitch, swung on and hit in the air to left field. That's got some distance under it. Owens is back. Owens is at the track. Owens takes 2 steps to his left, and he makes the catch. You sort of had the knowledge watching that ball that while it was smoked, it's 40 degrees out here, and balls don't carry real well. And he hit that not to the deepest part of the park. That's all over where you see the 398 in left center field. But Calbaugh is up, and he's 0 for 4 on the day, and Taylor needs 3 runs in the next 2 outs. 7-4 Maple Leafs. Here's the pitch from Roth. Swung on, and it hit the batter in the foot and still bounced 40 feet up the third base line. Which is to say it hit the batter fairly hard in the foot, and that doesn't feel good. 7-4 the score. 0-1 the count. 1 out in the inning. Roth is ready from the windup. And here's the pitch. Swung on, grounded behind Coach Gould in the third base box, and it's no balls, 2 strikes. The 0-2 on the way. Strike 3 swinging. And with that, we are going to see Cade Vandermolen. I thought that was a pinch hitter based on the way it got set up here in the booth, but it wasn't. 2 down, 1 more to go. Vandermolen's 2 for 3. He's homered, walked, and singled. Fly ball into right field. It's Longacre to his left, making the grab, and the Maple Leafs sweep the doubleheader to take the series from Taylor, 7-4.
Goshen wins with a score of 7-4.
So your final totals for this one. Yeah, let's see. We started at 2:35. We played for 3 hours and 20 minutes. Landon Roth, the winner. He's 2-0. Cole Barkhouse takes the loss. For Goshen, 4 runs on 8 hits, 4 errors, and they leave. For Taylor, rather, 4 runs on 8 hits, 4 errors, and they leave 11 on. For the Maple Leafs, it's 7 runs on 13 hits, no errors, and 15 runners left on base. Taylor falls to 13-4 in conference play. They're 1-2 in the Crossroads League. Goshen's up to 7-11 overall. They're 2-1 in the conference. We'll step aside for a moment, then we'll be back with our final, with a glance through the final box score. This is Crossroads League Baseball on Go Leafs Live. final totals as we finish the broadcast this afternoon for the Maple Leafs. Again, 13 hits. They got 2 apiece from Ben Longacre and Mitchell Wilson. Char Reeves had 3 hits, and Cody McGuire had 3. And it was Reeves that drove in. Well, it was Evan Krager and then Reeves and Nate Lange and a whole host of people that drove in runs in the 8th inning as Goshen scores 3 to break open a 4-4 tie and win the ball game by a final of 7-4. For the Maple Leafs, McGuire had the lone extra base hit. The other 12 Goshen hits were singles. Goshen also walked 6 times, led by 2 apiece from Colby Molson and Ben Longacre. On the Taylor side of things, Nick Ruschi had 4 hits, and Cade Vandermolen had 2. Christian McGill and Tanner Colby had 1 apiece. That's it. McGill drove in 2. Ruschi had a double. Vandermolen had a home run. And the Trojans fall tonight by a final of 7-4. The winning pitcher is Landon Roth. He goes an inning, a walk, a strikeout, and fly out to go along with, well, an inning and his first conference victory. He dropped his ERA for the season to 0.90, which is fairly decent. And for Taylor, Cole Barkhouse takes the loss in an inning and a third, 4 runs, 4 hits, 3 earned runs, a walk, and 2 strikeouts. The Maple Leafs up to 7-11 on the season, 2-1 in conference play. Taylor falls to 13-4 and 1-2. Goshen's back in action on Friday when they host Huntington University, and that'll be over on GoLeafs.net/live too, because we've got softball action against Indiana Wesleyan on the main live feed as well. For those of you who are still with us, thanks for sticking it out with me for more than 6 hours this afternoon as we roll across 6 p.m. here on GoLeafs.net/live. I'm Tony Miller in for the 91.1 The Globe crew as the Maple Leafs sweep the doubleheader from Taylor University. They're going to have to clean up in front of the dugout, among other things, because there's a bit of a mess out there where everybody threw gloves and hats and baseballs and what have you. But you'll take it when you start the season 2-1 and you beat the nationally ranked opponent as it's Goshen 7, Taylor 4. For our entire Go Leafs Live crew, my name's Tony Miller. Thanks for listening. So long, have a great night, and don't run with scissors.